Chapter 565. When Leviathan and Manticore unfolded their domains of divinity, apart from the elements of lightning and darkness, no other energy could be used in that area. Han-Shoror's demonic arts had not broken through to the Nine Changes realm. Therefore, he would certainly be at a great disadvantage within their domains of divinity. Regardless of what plans Han-Shoror had, he first had to ensure that he could bring out his full strength. Therefore, at this critical moment, Han-Shoror decisively withdrew from the scope of the two domains of divinity. When the remaining demons that came behind the two demon kings saw that Han-Shoror retreated instead of advancing, they all revealed astonished expressions. Without waiting for them to say anything, Leviathan coldly shouted. Electric arcs burst out from his body as he shouted, "Get back to the back and stay with Mr. Han-Shoror. Are you courting death by staying here?" As though they had been granted amnesty, the crowd hastily rushed towards Han-Shoror. In the battle between the four demon kings of the abyss, if their divine energy were to leak out by accident, these demons, without any elemental energy to borrow, would die with a single touch. There was absolutely no chance of survival. Therefore, they had no choice but to be fearless. Only a freak like Han-Shoror could rely on his demonic arts and avatar of destruction to remain safe and sound within the domains of divinity of the four demon kings. However, Han-Shoror obviously had other plans. He too left the battlefield. Arg! Mournful screams suddenly resounded throughout the valley. Several demons that were rushing towards Han-Shoror were very unlucky to be hit by the meteor shower. They only had the time to let out a few painful howls before they were crushed into meat patties by the meteors. Those pitiful demons had yet to leave the domains of divinity of Manticore and Leviathan. Without any elemental energy to borrow, their bodies suddenly became extremely fragile. On top of that, the meteor shower was indeed terrifying. It was only natural that they would die on the spot. Damn it, these two sure are just fellas who only care about themselves. Han-Shoror cursed in his heart. His body, which had retreated far away, suddenly transformed into a black radiance. He drew a long arc in the air and suddenly fell back into the range of Leviathan and Manticore's domains of divinity. The two demons, Bord and Xenia, could only watch helplessly as a spatial blade sliced horizontally from the side. However, having lost the elemental energy that they relied on to survive, the two of them, who had no energy to support them, slowed down and were simply unable to dodge that spatial blade. Their eyes were filled with despair. At this moment, Han-Shoror's figure flickered and appeared between the two in the blink of an eye. His hands stretched out at lightning speed, demonic yuan poured into his arms, and he fiercely flung them. Bord and Xenia, whose hearts were filled with despair, flew in a beautiful parabola, finally escaping from the slash of the space blades. Han-Shoror still had some affection for Bord and Xenia, especially for taking care of Jasper and the others back at Black Jade City, as well as taking care of everything for him. Although Han-Shoror knew that the reason why the two were so attentive was due to his superb strength, Han-Shoror was still a person who cherished old friendships. He was not stingy with such trivial help. After resolving the crisis of Bord and Xenia, Han-Shoror had no intention of staying in the domain of divinity any longer. Just as he was about to leave the range of the spatial blade, an incomparably dense elemental energy of death was instantly sensed by the soul of that death base god of Han-Shoror. The dense elemental energy of death originated from the boundary zone that the two demon kings, Cecrops and Golandur, had accidentally blasted open. Han-Shoror immediately determined this. At this very moment, a great battle was bound to break out between the four demon kings. Logically speaking, Han-Shoror shouldn't be getting involved. However, the elemental energy of death was so vast and dense that Han-Shoror was certain that there was at least one divine essence of death. It was extremely difficult to increase one's divine energy after becoming a god. That divine essence of death was an irresistible temptation to that avatar of Han-Shoror. Damn it, riches and honor come from danger. Let's go all out. Han-Shoror's mind raced. Seeing that the spatial blade was about to materialize, he no longer hesitated. His body turned into a rainbow and instantly shot toward the boundary where the divine essence of death was located. The two demon kings, Cecrops and Golandur, must have sensed the appearance of the divine essence of fire. Therefore, They rushed over without any regard for anything else. One of them cultivated in the elemental energy of fire, and the other cultivated in the elemental energy of water. On top of that, they were impatient for the divine essence of fire. Therefore, they didn't have the leisure to pay attention to the things along the way. As soon as Han Shoror moved, he discovered that the 4 domains of divinity had officially fused together. The domains of divinity that were originally left with the element of lightning and the element of darkness were now filled with the elemental energy of fire and water. The 4 demon kings of the abyss realm, 4 low gods, had fully unleashed their domains of divinity. Amidst the meteor shower and the spatial blade attacks, the 2 of them had actually started exchanging blows. While flying toward the divine essence of death, Han Shoror still had the leisure to observe his surroundings. He suddenly discovered that the appearances of Cecrops and Golandur were very strange. As for Cecrops, who cultivated in the elemental energy of fire, his facial features couldn't be seen clearly. However, his body was similar to that of Rock General, who died in Han Shoror's hands. His body was as hard as iron, and it was the red-hot kind. Golandur, on the other hand, looked like a giant water monster. His body was densely packed with tentacles as thick as fingers. He was wriggling his body, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws as he battled against Manticore. The strengths of the 4 were about the same. Leviathan and Cecrops were engaged in battle, while Golandur and Manticore were attacking each other. All 4 of them were demon kings of the abyss realm and low gods. Having battled against each other for many years, they were very familiar with each other's fighting patterns. Therefore, they went all out in their first exchange of blows. However, in Han Shoror's eyes, it didn't look that good. The 4 demon kings had concealed all their divine energies within their bodies. When they exchanged blows, their divine energies would burst forth through the contact of their bodies. Surprisingly, not a shred of divine energy leaked out. Perhaps it was precisely for this reason that their battle appeared so plain and unadorned. There was no radiance, no gorgeous clouds. With just a glance, Han Shoror understood why they would be so cautious in maintaining this tacit understanding, not daring to leak even the slightest bit of their divine energy. It was because they were surrounded by boundaries and dilapidated ancient magical sealing matrices. A single misstep could trigger even more dangers and bring disaster to all of them. Although the 4 demon kings, who had battled for many years, started fighting over the divine essences of fire, they were very cautious in maintaining a sense of propriety. They did not dare to leak even the slightest bit of their divine energy, lest it caused a monstrous ripple that would cause everyone to suffer the consequences. Whoosh! Han Shoror deployed his protective shield and, relying on the energy from the demonic infant in his body, flew at high speed towards the location where the energy of death was located. 3 translucent, jade-white divine essences of death lay tightly within a deep black magical robe. That deep black magical robe seemed to be no ordinary item, as it was overflowing with sinister and evil energy of death. Han Shoror was overjoyed. Without another word, he reached out and grabbed it. A strange ringing sound suddenly came from the deep black magical robe. Han Shoror had just touched the black magical robe when a bizarre boundary of death was suddenly released. The 3 signature boundaries of necromancy, the boundary of weakness, the boundary of fear, and the boundary of aging erupted at the same time. Its might was more than 10 times that of what Han Shoror had released. There was also a force that firmly held onto Han Shoror, not letting Han Shoror let go of the black magical robe. Greatly shocked, Han Shoror had no time to think. The demonic yuan in his body erupted like a flood, madly attacking the force that was holding him. He wanted to let go of the black magical robe first. "Huh! Who's that youngster?" Golandur suddenly shouted. His voice was as cold as ice. "Hihi, what a joke. Mr. Han Shoror, the one who killed 3 of your shadow warriors, is right in front of you, and you don't even know him," Manticore said in an indifferent tone with a gentle smile on his face. Han Shoror, who was doing his utmost to resist the pulling force of the deep black magical robe, was on the verge of cursing out loud. He could already guess what kind of trouble Manticore's words would bring him. Sure enough, Golandur, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Manticore, had an ugly, monstrous face that barely resembled a human face. With an incomparably cold smile, he said, Alright, I've been looking for you for a long time. Youngster, die. Upon finishing those words, Golandur abandoned the battle with Manticore. His extremely nimble, ocean monster-like body soared high up in the sky, fluttering in the wind, but at an extremely fast speed, towards Han Shoror. Han Shoror, who was cursing all 18 generations of Manticore's ancestors in his heart, furiously raised his demonic yuan to the highest level, using all his strength to attack the energy that was wrapping around his body. However, under the envelopment of the boundaries of fear, weakness, and aging, Han Shoror was at his weakest. The frigid energy locked onto Han Shoror's body. Golandur's flight brought about a shift in his domain of divinity. A frigid coldness that was 100 times stronger than the coldness released by Ice Celestial Kori rushed into Han Shoror's consciousness ahead of time, causing Han Shoror's resistance to appear even more powerless. Ice Celestial Kori was merely a demigod and had yet to become a base god. There was a gap of 2 levels between him and Golandur, a low god. Comparing Ice Celestial Kori to Golandur in the application of the origin energy of water was like comparing a mound of earth to a towering mountain. The gap between them was insurmountable. The energy of a low god like Golandur could seep into his soul. Were it not for Han Shoror's consciousness being exceedingly miraculous and unique, it was likely that he would have been frozen by now, unable to think. At the moment of death, Han Shoror's base god of death soul seemed to have sensed the familiarity of the energy that was tightly wrapping around Han Shoror's body. Between life and death, with one thought, Han Shoror's base god of death soul suddenly released a strand of weak energy. Suddenly, the deep black magical robe in his hand underwent a timely transformation. Chapter 566. When Han Shoror's base god of death soul came into contact with the deep black magical robe, the energy that he had been unable to shake off all this time retreated back into the magical robe like a receding tide. In the next moment, the bizarre boundary of death that originated from the magical robe vanished without a trace. The deep black magical robe was still in Han Shoror's hand. However, at this moment, the magical robe no longer posed any threat. Han Shoror's consciousness moved. Without encountering any obstruction, the 3 divine essences of death, as well as the deep black magical robe, all fell into the space ring on Han Shoror's hand. Han Shoror did not have the time to ponder over the bizarre situation just now, nor did he want to fight head-on against Golandur, who was dashing over. After getting his hands on the items, he did not linger there any longer. Instead, he spotted an empty space and prepared to retreat. "You've killed 3 of my shadow warriors. Kid, you've got some guts," Golandur shouted coldly. His monster-like body floated over. A few soft feelers suddenly shot out from his cheeks like arrows, piercing straight for Han Shoror's back. As the distance between the two shortened, the freezing aura that penetrated deep into Han Shoror's consciousness became even more powerful. After letting out a cold groan, Han Shoror, who was in the midst of retreating, softly shifted his consciousness. Not needing to be distracted by the deep black magical robe, Han Shoror easily evaded Golandur's attack on his consciousness. Seeing that the feelers shooting out from Golandur's cheeks seemed to be unable to dodge in time, Han Shoror did not appear to be panicked. With a flash of strange light, the Demon Slayer edge suddenly shot out from his palm. The energy of destruction mixed with the shrill howls of thousands of souls transformed into a terrifying screen of light, completely enveloping all the feelers that Golandur had shot at him. Crack, crack. Strange, ear-piercing noises rang out from the screen of light. All the feelers shooting out from Golandur's cheeks had been severed. Hey! Golandur was startled. His ice-cold eyes were filled with doubt, as though wondering how Han Shoror could possess such power. The Demon Slayer edge could still be used as a weapon even before it transformed. Even Han Shoror could pour his magical yuan into it. However, the Demon Slayer edge now contained the divine energy of the Edict of Destruction, the plundering energy left behind by Dadara, and the tens of thousands of souls that Han Shoror had absorbed over the years. With the 3 energies fused together, although Han Shoror had barely reached the low god realm of destruction, the energy within the Demon Slayer edge was still extremely terrifying. Although the Demon Slayer edge had severed the antennae on Golandur's cheeks, a wisp of the icy cold energy still followed and surged into the Demon Slayer edge like a shadow. It was only after the Demon Slayer Edge's divine energy of destruction collided 3 times that the icy cold energy was completely neutralized. With a single strike, Han-Shoror and Golander had a general understanding of each other's strength. Han-Shoror understood that Golander was a formidable foe. Within his domain of divinity, Han-Shoror's base god necromancy avatar couldn't be used. It would be truly difficult for Han-Shoror to defeat an avatar that was a mixture of all sorts of energies but didn't understand the Edict of Destruction. Golander also clearly realized from the strike of the Demon Slayer Edge in Han-Shoror's hand that this youngster who appeared out of nowhere wasn't a weakling that he could trample on as he pleased. Golander's heart was filled with astonishment. His ice-cold eyes were filled with doubt, as though he couldn't understand how Han-Shoror could possess such strength. Whoosh! A human figure suddenly flashed by. Golander, who was in a daze, discovered that he was in absolute darkness. He cursed in his heart. Golander immediately realized that Manticore, who had instigated him to attack Han-Shoror, had taken advantage of the time when he was deep in thought to launch an attack. A thought flashed through Golander's mind. He immediately gave up on pursuing Han-Shoror and focused all his attention on dealing with Manticore's sneak attack. He could tell that Han-Shoror didn't seem to be willing to have a great battle with him. In the Abyss realm, the strong were revered. When he discovered that Han-Shoror was a formidable foe, he immediately made a wise decision, not to pursue and not to care. Han-Shoror, who was prepared to fight with all his might, stood proudly on the spot with a callous face. He raised his hand and firmly grasped the Demon Slayer Edge that suddenly shot out of his palm. He was prepared to summon Little Skull to assist him in battle at any time. It was at this moment that he discovered that Golander was completely shrouded in darkness. Manticore smiled at Han-Shoror from a distance, nodded at him, and shot into the darkness with a whoosh. Han-Shoror was stunned. Soon after, the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. He despised Manticore for taking the initiative to show goodwill. After turning his head to look at Cecrops and Leviathan who were engaged in a great battle, Han-Shoror pondered for a moment, and unhurriedly shot towards the direction where Cecrops and Golander came from. "Mr. Han-Shoror, help us deal with them together," Leviathan shouted anxiously when he saw that Han-Shoror was about to leave. He no longer cared that the battle was going on. As though he didn't hear Leviathan's shout from behind, Han-Shoror did not slow down in the slightest and left the battlefield without even turning his head back. As soon as Han-Shoror left the battlefield, he immediately concealed all the aura on his body, and only used his consciousness to observe the changes in the surroundings. In the area in front of Han-Shoror, a few dozen demons were cautiously holed up in a corner, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves as they dealt with the attacks of the meteor shower and the spatial edges. After surveying the area with his consciousness, Han-Shoror immediately discovered that those demons were from Cecrops and Golander's side. The reckless actions of the 2 demons had brought about a devastating blow to their subordinates. While the 4 demon kings with low god strengths were having a great time fighting each other, their subordinates weren't idling either. Under the dual attacks of the meteor shower and the spatial edges, they spared no effort to preserve their own lives. The meteor shower and spatial edges formed by the boundaries triggered by Golander and Golander weren't just a little bit more powerful than the forbidden magics on Profound Continent. In addition to that, this area was so narrow and surrounded by all kinds of visible and invisible boundaries, no one dared to move recklessly. They could only take cover in a small area. Therefore, death was unavoidable. Han-Shoror silently observed for a moment and discovered that the area where Golander and Golander's subordinates were located also had a path. It was obvious that Cecrops and Golander were having a hard time making their way through that area. It was only because Cecrops had coincidentally sensed the energy of the divine essence of fire that he could not resist the temptation and charged over without a care for anything else. Due to the destruction of several boundaries, the 2 paths suddenly intersected with each other. The 4 demon kings who had been fighting each other for countless years and hated each other to begin with, immediately started fighting each other the moment they saw each other. After concealing his presence, Han-Shoror hid himself in an area where no one could discover him for the time being. He coldly observed the battle between the 4 demon kings. The 4 demon kings of the Abyss possessed roughly equal strengths. Having fought for so many years without a victor being determined, It was only natural that they wouldn't be able to come to a conclusion in such a short period of time. After observing for a while, Han Shuro gained a little understanding of their combat style. Not daring to leak their divine energy, they could only burst forth with physical contact. In Han Shuro's eyes, although it was dangerous, it didn't seem worth watching. How long will this fight last? It's simply a waste of time. Every minute and every second in the void is precious. If this goes on, I won't be able to get anything when the Stardust Tide returns, thought Han Shuro. He originally planned to take advantage of this opportunity to take advantage of the situation, but he soon discovered that this wasn't the way to go. Han Shuro's mind spun rapidly for a moment as he silently pondered his vicious scheme. Suddenly, that base god of death soul sensed a familiar aura. Previously, as he was pressed for time, Han Shuro did not delve into where that familiar feeling came from. Now that Han Shuro had left the domain of divinity of the 4 demon kings, he finally had the time to figure out what was going on. Since he was not in the domain of divinity of the 4 demon kings, that base god of death soul energy was even stronger. He took out the deep black magical robe that he had just stored in his space ring. The mental strength of that base god soul of Han Shuro slowly flowed into the center of the magical robe in his hand. An explosion sounded from the deep black magical robe in Han Shuro's hand. The mental strength of Han Shuro's soul of death instantly formed some sort of connection with the magical robe. All of a sudden, a kind of enlightenment flowed into that base god soul of death soul of Han Shuro like gentle water. Han Shuro's main body, who was holding the deep black magical robe, could clearly see a grayish substance fusing into the Demon Slayer edge like a gas. At the same time, all kinds of enlightenment and sensations regarding the energy of death were slowly fusing with the soul of the Demon Slayer edge. Seeing all this happening before his eyes, feeling the enlightenment gained by that soul, Han Shuro, who was holding the dark magic card in his hand, was suddenly filled with a wave of pleasant surprise. He almost couldn't help but let out a shriek. Divine soul. A mid-god of death. Inside the deep black magical robe, apart from the 3 divine essences of death, there was actually a concealed mid-god of death divine soul. Moreover, at this moment, the mid-god of death divine soul that came from the center of the deep black magical robe was fusing with Han Shuro's soul in a way that he couldn't understand. The owner of the skeletal staff that Han Shuro obtained was also a mid-god. From the skeletal staff, Han Shuro obtained a lot of memories regarding the cultivation method of the energy of death. But it was only at this moment that Han Shuro realized that the memories left behind by the owner of the skeletal staff were merely cultivation methods. Moreover, many of the important cultivation methods were omitted. However, the divine soul within the deep black magical robe had not only given Han Shuro the cultivation method of the energy of death, but it had also given Han Shuro an even more important comprehension of the energy of death. It gave Han Shuro all kinds of insights on how to break through from the realm of base god to mid-god, including the domain of divinity and the method of using the power of faith. It was also at this moment that Han Shuro suddenly discovered that the familiar feeling coming from the deep black magical robe seemed to be somewhat similar to the feeling within the skeletal staff. That's right. Just like the owner of the skeletal staff, the owner of this divine soul should be a subordinate of the overgod of death who had been sent to various planes to bring death and destruction to the overgod of death. Just like the skeletal staff, the magic robe seemed to have traces of that person's imprint on it. Han Shuro was certain of this. Chapter 567. Compared to the cultivation method left behind by the master of the skeletal staff, the comprehension of realms that he had obtained was much more precious. The cultivation method could only allow Han Shuro to understand how to utilize the energy of death to form attacks, but the comprehension of realms could allow Han Shuro to make breakthroughs in realms without any stagnation, allowing him to obtain even more terrifying energy of death. No matter how many cultivation methods there were, they were only a kind of utilization of the elemental energy of death. They could not allow Han Shuro to break through from base god to low god. However, the comprehension of realms could. It could allow Han Shuro to comprehend the true meaning of breakthroughs from base god to low god. As long as he had enough divine energy, Han Shuro could even continue to break through to mid-god without any stagnation. The comprehension of divinity was what a god needed the most. The utilization of energy and the acquisition of divine energy could be slowly grasped through cultivation. But the comprehension of divinity was something that could only be discovered by chance. Even if one had a lot of energy, it was not guaranteed that one could obtain that comprehension. But now, Han Shuro directly possessed it, and it was the comprehension of divinity of a mid-god. In other words, from now on, the most difficult comprehension of realms was no longer a problem for Han Shuro. As long as he had enough divine energy, Han Shuro could make breakthroughs very quickly and become a low god, or even a mid-god. The fusion of souls continued. In a trance, Han Shuro once again felt as though his soul was being separated. At this moment, as the souls fused, that desolate, primordial aura seemed to have entered Han Shuro's soul. Maintaining the fusion of souls, the skeletal staff in Han Shuro's hand gradually transformed into another Han Shuro that was brimming with the aura of death. Without any warning, the deep black magic robe flew up on its own and covered Han Shuro's body in that moment. Evil, sinister, desolate, and lonely, the aura that Han Shuro had sensed in the netherworld emerged from Han Shuro's avatar at this moment. Han Shuro did not expect that his soul would suddenly fuse together. This was the abyss, and a great battle was taking place not far from him. Moreover, the fusion of souls was extremely dangerous, and he could not afford to be disturbed at all. Therefore, when Han Shuro's soul fused with that mid-god's divine soul, his main body, wielding the demon slayer edge, silently established a connection with the netherworld. His eyes flickered with divine radiance and his consciousness went all out, ready to deal with any danger that might occur at any time. The meteor shower and the spatial blades covered an extremely wide area. Although Han Shuro had hidden himself, he still couldn't escape the aftershocks of these two barriers. At this time, Han Shuro, who had 3 souls, showed an absolute advantage. The base god of death was rapidly fusing with the divine soul. Meanwhile, Han Shuro's avatar and main body were going all out to keep the commotion caused by the meteor shower and the spatial blades away from his avatar of death. Time passed silently. Han Shuro didn't know how much time had passed. The other 2 souls of Han Shuro, who had 3 souls, were also somewhat absent-minded. Unbeknownst to Han Shuro, the element of death in this area, which was already much denser than other areas, suddenly began to crazily converge on Han Shuro's avatar. Han Shuro's body was like a whale sucking in water, rapidly absorbing the massive amount of element of death. At the same time, the mid-god's divine soul and all sorts of breakthroughs were brought forth. Bizarre changes were happening to the body and soul that Han Shuro's skeletal staff had transformed into. The soul, the physical body, the element of death, and breakthroughs were converging, fusing, splitting, and recombining in a way that Han Shuro couldn't understand. All of a sudden, Han Shuro's main body, who was observing the surroundings with extreme vigilance, discovered that there were no other elements within dozens of meters of him other than the dense element of death. Han Shuro's main body, whose demonic arts were flowing at high speed without stagnation, was pleasantly surprised to discover the changes in his surrounding. The domain of divinity. This is the manifestation of the domain of divinity. The overjoyed Han Shuro looked at the element of death converging around him, and then at the highly condensed element of death that was forming his avatar of divinity in a way that he couldn't understand. Han Shuro, who had experienced the scene of Little Skull becoming a god, clearly understood what kind of delightful changes were happening inside his avatar of death. What energy is this? Something doesn't feel right. Manticore, who was in the midst of fighting among the 4 demon kings, suddenly muttered. As Golandur was startled by Han Shuro, he was momentarily absent-minded. Manticore, whose strength was about the same as Han Shuro's, very accurately seized that opportunity and shrouded Golandur in absolute darkness. It was precisely for this reason that Manticore had the upper hand and even had the leisure to speak. The other 3 demon kings also sensed the element of death frantically converging not far away from them. The 4 demon kings, who had also experienced the same process, thought for a moment and realized what was happening in that area at nearly the same time. The 4 demon kings, who were in the midst of fighting, stopped at the same time, exchanged glances, and flew towards that area at the same time. Han Shuro, who harbored malicious intentions, didn't go too far away. During the process of becoming a god, The element of death was frantically converging and was difficult to control. Han Shuor's whereabouts could no longer be concealed. The 4 demon kings moved and in the blink of an eye, discovered the location where Han Shuor was hiding. Two. What's going on? Cecrops immediately cried out in alarm after taking a glance at Han Shuor's location. Han Shuor's main body was carrying the Demon Slayer edge, and his avatar was wearing a deep black magical robe. Other than the clothes, the 2 Han Shuor looked exactly the same. Not only Cecrops and Golander, even Manticore and Leviathan, who were somewhat familiar with Han Shuor, were startled by the scene they saw. Manticore and Leviathan looked at each other in dismay at the sudden appearance of another Han Shuor. Kill him, lest he becomes a source of trouble in the future. Cecrops quickly calmed down from his astonishment. When he said those words, he looked at Manticore and Leviathan. Silence. At this critical moment, Manticore and Leviathan, these 2 fellows who were supposed to be Han Shuor's allies, remained silent. Han Shuor, a low god of destruction, had already put them on high alert. Now, there was another one who was about to become a low god of death. This kind of shock had completely exceeded their expectations. The 2 allies, who were already harboring ulterior motives to begin with, maintained their silence with flickering eyes. They did not know what they were thinking. Cecrops and Golander exchanged glances with each other. Golander nodded and said in an ice-cold voice, "Let's attack together. This fella is rather difficult to deal with. I don't have the certainty of getting rid of him in a short period of time by myself." "Very well," Cecrops said with a faint smile. He shot a meaningful glance at Manticore and Leviathan, whose eyes flickered with silence. Soon after, he signaled Golander with his eyes and walked step by step towards Han Shuor, who was standing there grimly with the Demon Slayer edge in his hand. The 2 were vigilant against Manticore and Leviathan. They didn't know if the 2 would seize this opportunity to attack. Therefore, they didn't dare to charge at them all at once. Instead, they took advantage of this slow approach to probe the reactions of Manticore and Leviathan. The result was just as the 2 had expected. Cecrops, who was extremely familiar with the 2's personalities, discovered that at this critical moment, Manticore and Leviathan indeed had no intention of attacking. They stood there motionless, and no one could tell what they were thinking. Han Shuor, who was holding the Demon Slayer edge and looking at the 4 great demon kings with a callous face, did not utter a single word, as though he had become a spectator. It was only when Cecrops and Golander walked step by step towards Han Shuor that their domains of divinity came into contact with the newly formed domain of divinity of his avatar, that Han Shuor, as his allies, still remained indifferent and silent, that Han Shuor put on a faint smile. He looked at Manticore, whose eyes were flickering with unfathomable thoughts, and said, "Manticore, Leviathan, from now on, we are no longer allies." Ever since Han Shuor discovered that Leviathan had mercilessly killed Nolan, and when Manticore took the opportunity to warn Golander the moment he put away the deep black magical robe, he understood that the alliance he had with these 2 fellas was as fragile as a thin piece of paper. It could be broken with a single poke. That was indeed the case. When Leviathan and the other 3 flew over, Han Shuor had already guessed that it was the boundary. Therefore, he wasn't the least bit surprised. Having known about the boundary, Han Shuor naturally wouldn't feel any joy or sorrow. His heart was calm and he was on guard against any changes. "I'm sorry, but the Abyss Realm cannot afford to have a 6th great demon king, not to mention one that possesses the energy of 2 element. This is absolutely unacceptable. Although you said that you will leave the Abyss Realm, the temptation of the power of faith is not that easy to resist. Just like how we have always wanted to go to your world and obtain the power of faith." Manticore's expression did not change. He looked at Han Shuor with a beaming smile and said to Han Shuor in that same gentle voice, "The Abyss Realm was only so vast. The birth of a new great demon king meant that he would plunder the people of the Abyss Realm to obtain the power of faith. An additional great demon king meant that there would be one more person to divide the spoils, and one less benefit for them. Han Shuor's strength, in particular, was rapidly increasing through some unknown energy. Now that a low god of death had appeared, they felt even more threatened. Therefore, they urgently hoped that Han Shuor would die. This kind of urgency had exceeded the hatred they had for the other two. Chapter 568. Cecrops and Golander walked towards Hanshor at a slow but firm pace. Their eyes, however, were constantly paying attention to Manticore and Leviathan's reactions, cautiously guarding against the sudden emergence of unknown dangers. With things having come to a head, Hanshor had no choice but to fight with his life on the line. Whether or not his avatar of death could survive depended on whether or not he could withstand the attacks of the two demon kings. The meteor shower and spatial edges were still wreaking havoc all around him. Dazzling curtains of light were constantly blooming around him. Right in this deep valley, Hanshor held his breath in rapt attention. He raised the Demon Slayer edge and calmly waited for the two demon kings to make their move. As they approached step by step, the two demon kings, Cecrops and Golander, however, had relaxed expressions on their faces. It was as though they didn't take Hanshor seriously at all. Hanshor also understood that the reason why the two demon kings approached so slowly was because they were apprehensive of Manticore and Leviathan. They didn't really care about this unknown enemy of theirs. Just as the two were about to arrive at Hanshor's side, Cecrops gave Golander a meaningful glance. In an instant, the two, who had been walking slowly, suddenly sped up and charged at Hanshor. The two low gods had all their divine energy concentrated in their limbs. Two streaks of strange light flashed and appeared right in front of Hanshor. The Demon Slayer edge glowed brilliantly and transformed into another Hanshor in an extremely short period of time. A ruthless energy capable of destroying the world suddenly erupted. A mass of boundless, dark evil radiance enveloped the entire region. The two demon kings were too fast. Just as the Demon Slayer edge transformed into a mass of dark radiance, they had already charged in. Having absolute confidence in their strength, the two demon kings didn't put up any resistance against the darkness. They courageously charged straight at Hanshor based on their instincts. Rumble, an earth-shattering explosion sounded from the center of the darkness. Wisps of needle-like electricity shot out in a large area in the darkness. Two sharp howls sounded from the two demon kings' mouths at nearly the same time. Amidst the deafening explosions, the two demon kings who were charging courageously at Hanshor retreated at an even faster speed, as though their butts were on fire. Hundreds and thousands of rays of light followed the two like ghostly shadows. Under the incredulous gazes of Manticore and Leviathan, the rays of light whooshed and landed on the two great demon kings. Ah! What the hell is that? That bastard, he actually risked his life to trigger a large-scale destructive barrier. Damn it! Golander cursed loudly. The enormous explosion left as quickly as it came. The rays of light dispersed and the darkness vanished without a trace. Behind an enormous crater filled with holes, Hanshor carried the Demon Slayer edge with a callous expression on his face. The corners of his mouth hooked into a hint of ridicule as he coldly watched the two demon kings shrieking. The pearls of annihilation he refined in War Demon Valley were indeed effective. When the two demon kings retreated in panic, Hanshor understood that the two demon kings had been hit at the same time. The pearls of annihilation could create a large-scale explosion and had a miraculous effect against a large number of enemies. However, as the two demon kings were low gods, the damage that the pearls of annihilation could cause to them was limited. However, the attack of the pearls of annihilation wasn't limited to just this. Within the large-scale explosion, the soul piercers that shot out from the pearls of annihilation were the real killer. The soul piercers were a kind of bizarre and offensive demonic weapon that specifically targeted the soul. For those whose souls weren't strong enough, a single soul piercer was enough to annihilate both their body and soul. Even a godly expert whose soul could fuse with the elements of heaven and earth would need to expel the soul-devouring evil energy of the soul piercers as soon as possible. Otherwise, the longer the battle dragged on, the greater the damage they would suffer. Cecrops and Leviathan, the two demon kings, did not really take Hanshor seriously. In addition, they did not think that Hanshor would dare to break the rules of the abyss. Therefore, they attacked Hanshor directly. Unfortunately, Hanshor had many tricks up his sleeves. In addition, he had made preparations beforehand. Therefore, he was able to fully unleash the power of the Pearls of Annihilation and teach them an unforgettable lesson. As for the rules of the abyss and the boundaries that densely covered the surroundings, Han-Shoror had no scruples at all. Death could happen at any time. Where would he find the time to care about other things? The explosion of the Pearls of Annihilation covered a wide area. Moreover, the area that Han-Shoror was in was surrounded by boundaries. Therefore, after a deafening rumble, several boundaries were triggered. All of a sudden, fierce winds howled, sand and pebbles flew, and thunder rumbled. With Han-Shoror at the center, the attacks formed by several boundaries enveloped everyone. At this moment, the two demon kings, Cecrops and Golandur, were still doing their utmost to purge the soul-piercers from their souls. They were cursing Han-Shoror's treacherous and ruthless methods in their hearts, but they still had to defend against the aftershocks of the boundaries that appeared one after another around them. Leviathan and Manticore, who had been observing the battle with cold eyes, had their brows deeply furrowed. The two could clearly see that Cecrops and Golandur were injured. Given their temperament in the past, they would have seized the opportunity to get rid of the two without the slightest hesitation. However, due to the appearance of Han-Shoror, the two did not choose to make their move like they did in the past. After exchanging glances with each other, Leviathan nodded. With a gloomy and cold expression, he said in a low voice, "Cecrops and Golandur have fought against us for many years. We know their strengths best. Although they will pose a threat to us if they are alive, it will still be a draw." After taking a short pause, Leviathan shot a glance at Han-Shoror from afar and said, "However, this character isn't that easy to deal with. This fella's potential is limitless. He cultivates in a mysterious martial technique and will soon become a low god in both the energy of destruction and death. If we allow him to remain in the Abyss realm, we will no longer have a foothold." Manticore nodded in agreement. His eyes were brimming with intense murderous intent. He shouted in a deep voice, "This man's potential is limitless. He cannot be left alive." Without another word, the two, who were mortal enemies with Cecrops and allies with Han-Shoror, suddenly charged at Han-Shoror. Surrounded by boundaries, they suddenly charged at Han-Shoror. Having learned from Cecrops and Golandur's mistakes, in addition to the fact that all the boundaries around them had been destroyed, the two no longer concealed their divine energies within their bodies. Before they even got close to Han-Shoror, a dozen or so bolts of lightning that resembled towering stone pillars and long and narrow rays of darkness that resembled the Grim Reaper's scythe were already sweeping at Han-Shoror. Some of the boundaries in front of Han-Shoror were cleansed by the divine might displayed by the two. With a dozen or so bolts of lightning and a few Grim Reaper's scythes ahead of them, Han-Shoror had absolutely no way of repeating his old trick. He could only look on helplessly as the two rapidly advanced under these energies. "Mr. Han-Shoror, I'm sorry," Leviathan grinned. Leviathan grinned. His usual hearty smile seemed indescribably ferocious at this moment. As for Manticore, who was the first to make contact with Han-Shoror, he did not utter a single word. He unleashed his domain of divinity with all his might and inched closer to Han-Shoror's area. "I knew you would make a move," Han-Shoror said in a callous manner as he looked at the bolts of lightning and darkness that inched closer to him. The Demon Slayer edge in Han-Shoror's hand rippled with strange light. Another Han-Shoror instantly materialize. At the same time, Han-Shoror's main body formed a hand seal with both hands. It was as though thousands upon thousands of monsters were emerging from his palms. All of a sudden, towering stone pillars burst out from the flat and smooth ground. Huge, colorful banners flew out from the space ring on his finger and stuck into the ground in front of him. The banners were of different shapes and sizes but seemed to contain some sort of mysterious principle. If Bord and Leviathan were here, they would have definitely discovered that the stone pillars and banners that suddenly appeared in front of Han-Shoror were the same matrix that had once appeared in front of War Demon Valley but had suddenly disappeared in Han-Shoror's hands. It was the so-called matrix that could instantly claim the lives of tens of thousands of people. Unfortunately, Bord and Leviathan were not here. Neither did Manticore and Leviathan, the two demon kings, know what kind of power those fluttering, towering stone pillars would have. Therefore, the two did not stop their attacks, nor did they change their direction in the slightest. They stuck to their original plan of following behind the thick bolts of lightning and the Grim Reaper's scythes and charging towards Han Shoror. Rumble, as soon as the two of them entered the formation, an earth-shattering explosion erupted from within the formation. In an instant, bloody shadows wreaked havoc in the air. Streaks of multicolored demonic light intersected and radiated in all directions from those huge banners. Boundless evil energy was instantly released from within the matrix. In the blink of an eye, the dozen or so thick bolts of lightning released by the two demon kings, including the Grim Reaper's scythes materialized from the element of darkness, were like stones sinking into the ocean. They were shattered bit by bit by the thousands upon thousands of bizarre lights and shadows. Of the two demon kings, one had turned into a man of lightning, his entire body bursting with radiance. The other, Manticore, was completely shrouded in absolute darkness. If it weren't for Han Shoror's consciousness that had long covered his body, it would truly be difficult to discover that Manticore was hiding within the shadows of the Matrix. These two demon kings possessed superb strength, and were treacherous and cunning. After throwing caution to the wind, they no longer had any scruples about the boundaries and seals around them. They had long tossed their agreement with Bekimos out of their minds. The two demon kings who were attacking with all their might, by relying on the expansion and miraculous effects of the domain of divinity, were still able to fly around within Han Shoror's matrix without sustaining any serious injuries. Low gods were low gods after all. Those Rakshasa destroyers definitely couldn't be compared to them, especially when there were some necromancy and destruction magical matrices mixed within the matrix. However, when the two deployed their domains of divinity, all those magical matrices lost their effectiveness. Seeing that it was impossible to annihilate or severely injure the two solely by relying on the power of the Matrix, Han Shoror finally summoned Little Skull. His main body and his avatar, along with Little Skull, entered the Matrix together. Han Shoror was prepared to use all of his and Little Skull's strength, taking advantage of the favorable terrain and timing, to deal a heavy blow to the two treacherous Demon King. Chapter 569. The formation was deployed by Han Shoror. No one was more familiar with its intricacies than Han Shoror himself. Little Skull and Han Shoror were telepathically connected. Under Han Shoror's command, the Little Skull naturally wouldn't be affected by the formation. As soon as they entered the formation, the two flew in the direction of Leviathan. At this moment, Leviathan, whose body was flickering with lightning and whose body was rumbling with thunder, was pacing back and forth among the dozen or so towering stone pillars, using his divine energy to defend against the chaotic attacks coming his way. That was a small-scale illusory formation. Those who recklessly barged in without knowing what was going on would be trapped in layers upon layers of illusions, unable to extricate themselves. Although Leviathan was a low god, he knew nothing about the demonic arts of another dimension. Inside the illusory formation, his mind was filled with all sorts of fantasies. All sorts of scenes interweaved into one picture after another, appearing and disorderly in his mind. The illusions had the effect of confusing one's mind. Many people that he once killed were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws at him. At this moment, those unforgettable memories, those frightening things that he had deliberately forgotten, reappeared in his mind with incomparable clarity. They constantly tortured, ravaged, and hammered at his mind. Every one of those who could become a demon king was a cold-blooded and merciless character with an incomparably firm will. With so many negative scenes reappearing in his mind over and over again, any ordinary person would have long lost their mind. In serious cases, they might even go insane. However, despite facing so many things, Leviathan wasn't as unbearable as an ordinary person. He was still able to firmly maintain his mind. With the divine energy in his body, he could feel the boundless strength he possessed. He forcibly shattered the scenes with his own willpower. As a low god, it was obvious that Leviathan wasn't particularly affected by the formation. Based on this trend, as long as he walked through all the scenes that appeared and were shattered by him, he would be able to walk out of the illusory formation and no longer be affected. Han Shoror and Little Skull snuck into the formation. Han Shoror, who had a deep understanding of the essence of the illusory formation, and Little Skull, who was mentally connected to Han Shoror, were not affected by the formation. The two unhurriedly snuck towards Leviathan. Han Shoror's avatar transformed back into the Demon Slayer Edge and was grasped in Han Shoror's hand. Little Skull, wielding an enormous bone spear, concealed his domain of divinity, and stealthily surrounded Leviathan with Han Shoror. As the distance between them gradually shortened, Leviathan, who was randomly shooting streams of divine energy in the illusory formation, suddenly sensed an intense aura of death approaching. Without thinking, a scene suddenly appeared in his mind. Many years ago, an enormous abyssal expert that cultivated in the element of death had died by his hand. He recklessly launched a suicidal attack. That battle had left a deep impression on Leviathan. Therefore, as soon as the aura of death appeared, the scene very naturally appeared in his mind. Leviathan did not realize that he was trapped in an illusory formation. He only had one thought in his mind: I will kill anyone who stands in my way. That was how he had survived all these years. A bolt of lightning as thick as an arm and tens of meters long suddenly burst out from Leviathan's palm. The lightning bolt resembled a crystal dragon. It was dazzling and dazzling. Furthermore, it was extremely agile. Its tail was connected to Leviathan's palm. Divine energy was poured into the lightning bolt. Like a hidden dragon rising to the sky, the lightning bolt charged at Little Skeleton. Han Shoror was startled. He did not expect that Leviathan would discover Little Skull's tracks so quickly. He thought to himself, although Little Skull cultivated in the element of death and possessed a domain of divinity, he is still no match for me in terms of concealing his tracks and concealing his aura. While thinking that, Han Shoror's movements were extremely swift. At the same time that Little Skull slashed down with his long and narrow bone spear, Han Shoror had already closed in on Leviathan. Without the slightest pause, the Demon Slayer Edge radiated ominous light in all directions. The energy of destruction that it had been concealing all along suddenly burst out. Although Leviathan's mind wasn't too clear, his instinctive counterattack was still there. In an instant, another scene appeared in his mind. It was the scene of him heading to the northernmost region of the Abyss Realm by himself and challenging the earliest great demon king of the Abyss Realm, Bekimos. At this moment, the scene replayed itself. It was a crushing defeat. To Leviathan, he had never been so vexed and helpless in a battle. Against the oldest great demon king of the Abyss Realm, Leviathan, a challenger brimming with confidence, didn't have the slightest strength to retaliate. He was defeated by that malevolent masked Bekimos with the Edict of Destruction in a very straightforward manner. Of all the illusions that had appeared, only Leviathan had suffered a crushing defeat. In the depths of his mind, the scene that he was most unwilling to recall, the scene that he had deliberately forgotten, was this very moment. This time, amidst the chaotic environment, due to the explosion of the low god of destruction energy in Han Shoror's Demon Slayer Edge, that destructive energy made Leviathan feel as though he had returned to that humiliating battle back then. The feeling of dejection and helplessness had once again emerged in Leviathan's mind after so many years. The shadow of defeat still lingered in his mind even after so many years. When this scene surfaced, Leviathan, who had been courageously advancing and destroying all the illusions, finally lost his mind. His strength and divine energy momentarily faded. Han Shoror, who possessed a powerful consciousness, was fully concentrated during the battle. He immediately sensed the strange changes happening to Leviathan's body. Han Shoror didn't understand why Leviathan would undergo such a change. However, from Han Shoror's observations and his confidence in the illusions, he concluded that the current weakening of Leviathan's strength was definitely not a trap. In other words, at this moment, Leviathan's strength and divine energy were at their weakest. Without any hesitation, Han Shoror poured all of his strength into the attack he was about to deliver. Han Shoror no longer cared if the Little Skull would be in danger or not. He abandoned all distracting thoughts. His consciousness firmly locked onto Leviathan and unleashed all the energy in the Demon Slayer Edge. Together with the energy of his main body, he blasted out an attack that sounded like the wailing of 10,000 ghosts. Boom! Heavenly thunder rumbled, divine energy shot out, and the sound of explosions rose and fell. The indestructible Demon Slayer Edge slashed at Leviathan's raised right hand. Leviathan's right hand only had a boxing glove. It was unknown what material the glove was made of, but the lightning divine energy contained within it was incomparably terrifying. In an instant, it collided with the few bursts of energy from the demon slayer edge. Crack, crack. The boxing glove that Leviathan had obtained from the abyss couldn't withstand Hanshor's all-out attack and turned into dust, dissipating amidst the lightning. After the sharp edge of the demon slayer edge cut through the boxing glove, the remaining force slashed into Leviathan's fist. Fresh blood instantly spurted out. The terrifying energy collided, forming a divine aura that spread out with the two as the center. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding stone pillars couldn't withstand it and shattered one after another. At this moment, the mirage formation that surrounded Leviathan finally lost its miraculous effect of trapping people. In the next moment, lightning reappeared in Leviathan's bewildered eyes. He almost instantly regained clarity. Leviathan understood what had happened in the blink of an eye. That heart-wrenching pain came from his right fist. Leviathan, who hadn't been injured for many years, was suddenly enraged. The divine energy in his body madly converged towards his right fist. Hanshor immediately felt the surge of divine energy in the demon slayer edge. He raised his head and saw that Leviathan's eyes were filled with rage. Hanshor immediately understood that Leviathan had regained consciousness. At this moment, Hanshor didn't have the time to carefully examine the situation around him. His empty left hand also pressed on the hilt of the demon slayer edge. Powerful physical strength, mysterious and unfathomable demonic yuan, surging divine energy of destruction, and the sinister energy of the vile souls of the demon slayer edge all erupted at this moment like a mountain torrent. Before Leviathan's divine energy could gather, a crisp cracking sound was heard. Leviathan's fist was cleaved into two. His fingers were completely shattered. After pressing down, Hanshor raised both his hands. The demon slayer edge drew an arc in the air and pierced towards Leviathan's neck. The cold radiance of the sharp edge surged with killing intent. Ah! Leviathan howled in extreme pain. His eyes were suddenly filled with terror. He hastily retreated. Suddenly, an intense energy of death came from behind him. That terrifying energy made Leviathan realize that there was a low god cultivating in the element of death behind him. Leviathan didn't know of the existence of Little Skull. He naturally assumed that Little Skull's sneak attack behind him was from Hanshor, who was on the verge of ascending to godhood. Leviathan felt a chill in his heart. He knew that this battle was fraught with grim possibilities. Perhaps it was because he recalled the illusion he faced against Bekimos. The scar and shadow in his heart seemed to have affected him, giving rise to a feeling of helplessness and cowardice. With Little Skull's sneak attack behind him and Hanshor's attack in front of him, there was no way out in front or behind him. He could only move sideways. Leviathan leaned to the side and was about to transform into a bolt of lightning to withdraw from Hanshor's attack range. Little did he know that at this moment, Hanshor's two arms would strangely and rapidly extend. The demon slayer edge that was already stabbing towards Leviathan's neck was so fast that Leviathan couldn't defend against it at all. While Leviathan was filled with terror, the demon slayer edge accurately stabbed into Leviathan's neck. Fart! The demon slayer edge pierced into Leviathan's neck. Crack! At the same time, Leviathan's strength was instantly exhausted from the sneak attack of Little Skull. How does it feel? Hanshor's face was calm, but his eyes were filled with an eerie chill. Amidst Leviathan's panicked and frightened eyes, Hanshor forcefully flicked his right hand and flung Leviathan's blooded body far away. Chapter 570. It seemed that Hanshor had underestimated the true strength of a low god. Perhaps he had underestimated the tenacious vitality of abyssal creatures. Leviathan, who had his neck slit by Hanshor and his body pierced by Little Skull from the back, did not die from the severe injuries. It was unknown how Leviathan got in touch with Manticore, but Manticore, who had been hiding and defending against the streaks of bloody shadows, rapidly flew towards the direction where Leviathan's body was thrown. Leviathan, who should have been powerless, forced himself to pull himself together. The wounds on his neck and back where Hanshor and Little Skeleton had struck him were still lit up with lightning. Like tenacious meridians, they reconnected his broken body. Han Shoror, whose consciousness had been firmly locked on Leviathan, could sense that Leviathan's life force was recovering at a high speed. Leviathan's soul, on the other hand, wasn't harmed in the slightest. He was tenaciously urging the divine energy in his body. The energy of the domain of lightning kept shrinking the area it enveloped. A dark shadow suddenly flew to Leviathan's side. The domain of divinity of darkness immediately merged with Leviathan's domain of divinity. Manticore was gobsmacked. He looked at Leviathan, whose divine body had suffered serious injuries, and asked anxiously, "How did you get injured?" "Be careful, his low god of death has completed his transformation." The severe injury on Leviathan's neck made his voice hum like a blower. With a wave of his hand, Manticore deployed the energy of the domain of divinity. With Manticore at the center, absolute darkness drowned everything. Dozens of bloody shadows flew over, but were kept at bay by the energy of absolute darkness. Impossible. Manticore's face was filled with astonishment. He said with certainty, "He has just absorbed the element of death. There's no way he could have formed his divine soul and divine body that quickly. We have all gone through this process. You should know that the time required for this process is definitely not that short. If I say there's another low god of death, then there definitely is. Otherwise, how could that youngster injure me so severely?" Leviathan said in a cold voice as he covered his neck with his hand. He was rather fed up with Manticore's suspicions. It was only after hearing Leviathan's words that Manticore recalled his current situation. He sensed the disturbance of various energies around him. Manticore was about to say a few words of comfort to Leviathan when his face suddenly turned grave. He said, "I'm sorry. It seems that there really is another low god of death. He is coming." "Of course." Leviathan snorted coldly and covered his neck with his left hand. The divine power in his palm was entwined with lightning, as if he was using this method to recover his body. Han Shoror and Little Skull walked over slowly one after the other. Looking at the deathly stillness of absolute darkness before him and sensing the layers upon layers of defensive power of Manticore's energy of darkness, Han Shoror understood that his previous idea of taking them down one by one was no longer feasible. "Father, let's kill them. One of them is heavily injured. The two of us should be able to deal with them if we work together," Little Skull transmitted. With a bitter smile, Han Shoror shook his head and said, "If that's the case, both sides will suffer. Moreover, there are two more outside the formation who are on the verge of recovering. If we can't get rid of those two, we won't stand a chance when those two fellas outside remove the corrosive energy of the soul piercers." After listening to Han Shoror's explanation, Little Skull remained silent for a moment before he transmitted, "Summon Earth Elite Zombie and the other four to form that great formation. We still have a chance." Han Shoror was stunned when he heard those words. He glanced at Little Skull in astonishment and asked in disbelief, "Will the penta-elemental undead formation formed by the five of them have any effect on these low god experts?" "I think it shouldn't be a problem. Back then, I only fused 3 of the 5 energies and it was already very difficult for me to defend against them. Now, although my strength has increased yet again, the 2 energies that weren't fused in the formation have completely fused. The formation's power can be fully unleashed. It should be able to pose a threat to them," Little Skull explained. "Really?" Han Shoror couldn't quite believe it and exclaimed softly, "Yes." Little Skull replied straightforwardly. Han Shoror knew that Little Skull wasn't someone who would speak without thinking. With Little Skull's assurance, Han Shoror was looking forward to the penta-elemental undead formation a little more. After taking a few steps back to another area, Han Shoror summoned the 5 elite zombies. Although Han Shoror's main body specialized in demonic arts, he could still release necromancy magic. Of course, as his main body had transferred most of his energy of death to his avatar of necromancy, he naturally couldn't use necromancy magic as freely and skillfully as his avatar. However, a simple summoning incantation wasn't a problem. As soon as the incantation ended, the 5 elite zombies appeared before Han Shoror. As it was a crucial moment, Han Shoror wasted no time. As soon as the 5 elite zombies appeared, he immediately ordered them to set up the penta-elemental undead formation. Han-Shoror had already gotten in touch with the necromancy major when he discovered that Leviathan had ruthlessly killed his subordinate. Little Skull had also prepared a countermeasure in advance, and the 5 elite zombies had obviously been aware of the situation. Without a word, the 5 elite zombies dispersed according to the directions of the penta-elemental undead formation and concealed themselves in a circular shape. Now that the 5 elite zombies were ready, all Han-Shoror needed to do was to lure Leviathan and Manticore into the formation. After communicating with Little Skull, Han-Shoror headed towards the land of absolute darkness alone. He planned to use the high speed of demonic arts and his familiarity with the formation to lure the 2 demon kings over. Just as Han-Shoror's figure moved, he suddenly heard an explosion coming from a distance. Then, the domains of divinity of fire and water abruptly appeared in Han-Shoror's consciousness. Han-Shoror was startled. He hastily spread his consciousness towards that area. He immediately sensed the auras of Golandur and Cecrops. This time, he was truly a little flustered. From that aura, Han-Shoror was certain that Cecrops and Golandur had recovered. Low gods were indeed not to be underestimated. Han-Shoror was well aware of the corrosive properties of the soul piercers. Although Han-Shoror had a premonition, he did not expect that the 2 would recover so quickly. With that, it was very likely that Han-Shoror would have to face the combined forces of 4 demon kings. If it was just Leviathan and Manticore alone, even if Han-Shoror and Little Skull joined forces, they wouldn't have absolute certainty of victory. Now that Cecrops and Golandur had recovered their strength, Han-Shoror would be in an even more perilous situation. The situation was developing in a way that Han-Shoror was most unwilling to see. The 2 who had purged the soul piercers from their souls were charging at him with bellies brimming with rage. As the boundary on Han-Shoror's side had been destroyed, the 2 no longer deliberately held back. Raging flames and ice-cold divine energy formed into sharp swords and fiercely bombarded the center of the formation where Han-Shoror was located. For a moment, towering stone pillars exploded with loud rumbles. Enormous multicolored banners, unable to withstand the raging flames mixed with divine energy, were set ablaze. Han-Shoror, who was preparing to lure Leviathan and Manticore to the center of the penta-elemental undead formation, understood in his heart that the 2's violent bombardment on the formation from the periphery would definitely destroy it. At this moment, Han-Shoror had no time to think too much, nor was he in a hurry to lure Leviathan over. Instead, he hurriedly stored away the most fundamental and most expensive of the formation, the banners. Each and every one of those banners was refined by Han-Shoror using a great deal of precious materials and energy. Those banners were the foundation of the entire formation and were not easy to obtain. Therefore, when Han-Shoror saw that the fruits of his labor were about to be destroyed, he immediately stored them to the best of his ability to reduce his losses. Streaks of bloody shadows, as well as the numerous chaotic energies, transformed into threads and re-entrenched themselves on the banners. Soon, all those banners were stored away by Han-Shoror into his space ring. After Han-Shoror stored away the foundation of the formation, the Azura Soul formation had thoroughly lost its function. Finally, Leviathan and Manticore, who were guarding a certain area, not daring to separate, sensed the disappearance of the strange energies around them. Golandur and Cecrops, who were constantly bombarding the towering stone pillars in the periphery, suddenly discovered that the hazy forest of rocks before their eyes was gradually becoming clear. At the center of a few lonely stone pillars, Han-Shoror and Little Skull were wielding their weapons and vigilantly watching their surroundings. "What's that?" Cecrops asked incredulously as he looked at Little Skull and sensed the low god energy of death emanating from Little Skull. It can't be that fella failed to become a god, right?" Golandur was also very puzzled. As the 2 were busy removing the soul piercers from their souls, in addition to the concealment of the formation, they didn't know what was going on. "No matter what, killing them is the right thing to do," Cecrops coldly groaned. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Manticore and Leviathan. The obvious wounds on Leviathan's body immediately made Cecrops feel a little better. He laughed in Schadenfreude and said, "Leviathan, I didn't expect that you would also be injured, and not just lightly. Haha, this is great, very good. Me. "We'll settle this later." Leviathan's face was extremely ugly. He didn't pay much attention to Cecrops, but glared at Han-Shoror venomously, and said, "What other venomous tricks do you have this time?" The corners of Han-Shoror's mouth twitched into a sneer. He did not say much, but raised the Demon Slayer edge, pointed it at Leviathan, and made an upward thrust motion. That was the move Han-Shoror used to slice open Leviathan's neck. Leviathan was enraged. He let out a wild roar and charged at Han-Shoror with reckless abandon. At the same time, as though they had reached a silent tacit agreement, the other three demon kings moved at nearly the same time. Their target was Han-Shoror. Chapter 571. The four domains of divinity of water, fire, lightning, and darkness were released simultaneously. The four demon kings rushed over and merged their domains of divinity together. When the four finally got close to Han-Shoror and Little Skull, the domain of divinity of death released by Little Skull also merged with the other domains of divinity. In an instant, the five elemental energies around Han-Shoror converged and formed a terrifying airflow that spread in all directions. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth-shattering sound of explosions suddenly boomed around Han-Shoror and the little skeleton. In the short span of a few breaths, the remnants of the matrix foundation around the two were obliterated by the explosion. The towering stone pillars turned into dust that filled the sky. The sparkling and translucent magical crystals couldn't withstand the pressure and melted into liquid. The mounds that were arranged according to the pattern of the Shura Soul formation turned into dilapidated craters amidst the deafening explosion. Everything was completely wiped out the moment the five domains of divinity surge. After the explosion, with Han-Shoror and Little Skull at the center, not a single piece of intact rock remained within 100 meters. The earth had collapsed and was a scene of desolation. Except for Han-Shoror and Little Skull, who still stood proudly in the center, all traces of the matrix had been razed to the ground. Not a single trace was left. With the combined attack of the four demon kings of the Abyss Realm, the matrix that had already lost its function was finally reduced to dust. Amidst the messy collapsed earth, Little Skull and Han-Shoror, one wielding a bone spear and the other tightly gripping the Demon Slayer edge, waited for the final battle to arrive. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Four silhouettes floated over. The four demon kings unfolded their domains of divinity and attacked almost at the same time. Heavenly thunder rumbled, darkness shrouded the sky, frost spread everywhere, and flames wreaked havoc on the earth. At this moment, Han-Shoror felt as though he was in a scene of doomsday. The combined attack of the four demon kings was like a decree to destroy the world, carrying out the final purge of an unpardonable criminal like Han-Shoror. "Hurry up and die!" the heavily injured Leviathan roared. Amidst the rumbling of thunder, bolts of lightning snaked towards Han-Shoror. Leviathan hated Han-Shoror to the core. This was the second time in many years that he had been injured, apart from Bekimo's. Moreover, the injuries he had sustained this time were extremely damaging to his body. Han-Shoror's power of destruction and Little Skull's element of death were still rampaging inside his body. Without a period of careful recuperation, it would be impossible for him to recover to his original state. The Abyss Realm was filled with selfish people. Naturally, the four demon kings were the cream of the crop. Leviathan, who could kill his loyal and devoted subordinate without the slightest hesitation, did not want Han-Shoror to become another shadow in his heart. This was because he knew very well that the shadow of failure in his heart would affect his future cultivation. Only by killing Han-Shoror would he be able to hide the trauma that had formed in his heart forever. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would not be able to make any progress in his cultivation of the power of lightning. Therefore, Leviathan had an absolute reason to kill Han-Shoror. It was the same for the other four demon kings. The appearance of a powerful character in the Abyss Realm meant that the distribution of benefits would be reshuffled. When this character possessed strength that far surpassed the others, such a reshuffle could mean that they would no longer have a foothold. What was the power of faith? It was a wonderful thing that could enhance divine energy and strengthen the domain of divinity. Wasn't the Abyss Realm's many years of wars all for the sake of this power of faith? When Han-Shoror's strength seriously threatened the interests of all of them, An alliance that was originally impossible to form had happened just like that. The divine might of the 4 demon kings attacking at the same time was indeed not something that an average person could withstand. Even Han Shoror and Little Skull felt an extremely heavy pressure from the impact of that ferocious power. However, Han Shoror and Little Skull had never been prepared to fight 2 against 4. Therefore, at this moment when Han Shoror and Little Skull could be killed at any moment, the corners of Han Shoror's mouth curled into an abnormal smile, as if his scheme had succeeded. All of a sudden, Han Shoror and Little Skull, who were originally standing proudly on the spot, sank into the ground without any warning. There was not the slightest stagnation, just like water dissolving into the ocean. The 4 demon kings were shocked at first, but soon after, disdain appeared on their faces. They thought that Han Shoror's method was truly foolish. When the 4 demon kings attacked at the same time with their divine energy, what was the use of burying themselves into the ground? Therefore, with cold smiles on their faces, the 4 demon kings attacked at the same time. Their divine energies blasted at the location where Han Shoror and Little Skeleton were standing. The terrifying energy was so powerful that it seemed as though it would tear the earth apart. Clang! Beyond the 4 demon kings' expectations, when the 4 of them attacked the ground with all their might, it was as if they were striking the hardest iron and stone. The 4 attacks that could tear apart all kinds of rocks actually caused metallic sparks to ripple on the ground. The originally soft earth seemed to have become the hardest steel in the world at this moment. Under the attack of the 4 demon kings' divine energy, they actually could not display their divine might. How is this possible? 4 shocked voices rang out at the same time. The 4 demon kings had blank and incredulous looks on their faces. Their eyes were filled with extreme doubt as they looked at the ground beneath their feet. They had no idea what was going on. The 4 demon kings' understanding of this valley in the abyss far exceeded Han Shoror's. They knew that the ground of this valley was somewhat hard, but they, as low gods, could still bury their ankles deep into the ground with a stomp of their feet. Low gods were already true gods. How could their divine might be looked down upon? Besides, Han Shoror had clearly melted into the ground like water. When the 4 demon kings saw this scene happen, they naturally believed that Han Shoror had also used his divine energy to forcibly plant his body into the ground. If Han Shoror could easily plant his body into the ground, why couldn't their all-out attacks tear the earth apart? They were extremely puzzled. However, the truth was right before their eyes. The attacks they had unleashed with all their might indeed did not shake the earth, but only left some metallic sparks on the ground. Bizarre. Incomparably bizarre. For a moment, the 4 demon kings were dumbstruck. They were baffled by the situation formed by Earth Elite Zombie and Metal Elite Zombie fusing the energies of Earth and Metal. Something's not right. Manticore cried out in alarm. He somehow pulled out a broadsword shrouded in endless darkness. Manticore displayed his divine energy before the other 3 demon kings. Without the slightest hesitation, he thrust the broadsword downwards. Clang! The earth split open, creating a small hole. Sparks flew in all directions. The faces of the 4 demon kings drastically changed. None of them knew better than Manticore how sharp that broadsword shrouded in boundless darkness was. Wielded by Manticore, who possessed astonishing offensive power, such a sharp broadsword could only leave a tiny dent on the ground when it was chopped down at full force. What did this mean? The hardness of the earth was self-evident. That's too strange. Golander's ice-cold voice was filled with shock and bewilderment. He looked at the unimaginable transformation beneath his feet. His mind was a jumbled mess. Space is changing. Suddenly, Cecrops closed his eyes and yelled loudly. Upon hearing those words, the other 3 demon kings who still had lingering fears simultaneously raised their heads to look at the sky. The dense smoke that had been lingering in the valley of the abyss rapidly converged in the sky. The originally empty sky suddenly gave off an extremely bizarre feeling of shrinking. At this moment, it was as though the sky had turned into a cage. With a force that baffled the 4 demon kings, it was gradually increasing the binding pressure and shrinking bit by bit. The 4 demon kings were the most sensitive to elemental energy. The domain of divinity they formed could constantly absorb the elemental energy between heaven and earth for their own use. When their divine energy was not available, it would replenish the energy they had consumed, allowing their domain of divinity to have other wondrous uses. However, it was at this moment that the four elements that had been constantly converging towards them from all directions suddenly came to a complete halt. This was a situation that had never happened before. It was as though all the elements between heaven and earth had vanished without a trace in an instant. Impossible, the four simultaneously discovered this anomaly and simultaneously cried out. They looked at each other in astonishment. What the F***ck is going on? Leviathan, whose body had suffered heavy injuries, finally couldn't help but curse. This indicated that his mind had been disturbed by the bizarre scene around him, and he had become somewhat unable to keep his cool. The elemental energy is no longer converging towards the domain of divinity. There must be some kind of energy that has affected the flow of the element. Or perhaps, it has cut off the connection between the elemental energy and our region, Cecrops said in a deep voice. This place is rather strange. Let's leave for now, Golander said in a deep voice. Golander suddenly felt a sense of panic that he had not felt for many years. He was extremely unaccustomed to this strange feeling that suddenly welled up. When he spoke, his voice became somewhat hoarse. It must be Han Shuor's doing. Golander is right. Let's leave this place first, and then we'll deal with him later. Manticore and Golander were mortal enemies. However, at this moment, he actually affirmed Golander's words. The four looked at each other and saw an unfamiliar emotion in each other's eyes: fear. Who were they? The four demon kings of the Abyss Realm. They were the absolute sovereigns of the Abyss Realm, the most powerful existences in the Abyss that no one had ever dared to challenge. However, at this moment, they were actually afraid. Don't leave. Han Shuor's cold and stern voice suddenly drifted over from nowhere. One moment, it was in the sky, the next moment, it seemed to be in the Nine Serenities. It seemed to be right beside your ears, but it also seemed to be extremely far away. Chapter 572. At this moment, the restraining force suddenly tightened. The four demon kings immediately sensed the change in the world and were even more shocked. The four naturally understood that the changes in this space were all caused by Han Shuor after hearing Han Shuor's voice. After experiencing the previous battle, the four demon kings all knew that Han Shuor possessed a mysterious and unfathomable martial technique. The changes in the surrounding space gave them an extremely unfamiliar and flustered feeling. This made them very clear that all of this should have been arranged by Han Shuor. The four elemental energies no longer poured into the domain of divinity. The ground beneath their feet was as hard as iron and stone. Even Manticore's incomparably sharp broadsword couldn't completely break through it. The pressure that shrouded the hearts of the four gradually began to increase. What a joke. Do you think you alone can stop the four of us? Even Lord Bekimos doesn't have that strength, much less you. Golander's ice-cold voice was filled with bone-chilling disdain. However, his eyes were flickering. No one knew what he was thinking. You have all seen how hard the earth is. It won't be easy for us to break through it. However, the empty sky is the hardest to defend against. I think we should leave from above, Manticore suggested as he raised his head to look at the sky. All right, Golander agreed. Having made up their minds, the four demon kings no longer wasted their divine energy on the ground. They raised their heads to look at the sky and the hazy smoke. The thunderous attacks they launched previously reappeared and blasted towards the sky. Rumble, thunder rumbled and strange noises sounded from all directions. At this moment, it was as though the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. Ear-splitting noises filled the air. However, the empty sky seemed to be filled with pliable cotton. The terrifying divine attacks of the four demon kings felt weak and powerless when they struck the sky, as though they were stones sinking into the ocean. The earth was as hard as iron and stone, while the sky was as soft and tenacious as a sponge. The two attacks were completely ineffective. At this moment, the four demon kings truly began to panic. Fear appeared in their eyes. When they sensed that their connection with the outside world had been cut off, a feeling of powerlessness suddenly emerged from the bottom of their hearts. What should we do? What should we do? The same question arose in the hearts of the four. They looked at each other and didn't know what to do. There was no way out and no way out. This situation was extremely terrible. Even with the four of them working together, they still couldn't leave this strange area. Finally, they became timid. Outside the great battle of the 5 elemental corpses, Han Shoror's expression was incomparably nervous as he gazed at the misty zone. His consciousness and the 5 elite zombies had a tacit understanding of each other. He could see that the 5 elite zombies were showing signs of fatigue. After all, a lesser god was already a true god, let alone 4. The penta-elemental undead formation, under the joint attack of the 4 demon kings, had firmly defended against the 2 waves of attacks from the sky and from the ground. Han Shoror was truly proud of the 5 elite zombies. However, when the 4 demon kings attacked with all their might, the 5 elite zombies formed the penta-elemental undead formation and blocked a total of 8 attacks. The 5 elite zombies were indeed finding it a little difficult to bear the brunt of the attacks. The defensive energy of the earth was the fusion of the energies of metal and earth. The defensive energy of the sky was as soft as cotton, on the other hand, was the fusion of the energies of water and wood. Although the 5 elite zombies were able to disperse the attacks of the 4 demon kings by relying on the formation, Han Shoror, whose consciousness was connected to the 5 elite zombies, could clearly sense that the energies in their bodies had been greatly reduced. The penta-elemental undead formation did not only have defensive and binding abilities, but its main strength was also offensive. However, as the strength of the 4 great low gods was indeed terrifying, and the interval between the 2 attacks was extremely short, the 5 elite zombies had no choice but to put all their strength into defense. For a moment, they didn't have any spare energy to organize the offensive characteristics of the penta-elemental undead formation. Han Shoror understood that if the 4 demon kings were to go berserk and attack the sky or the ground, it wouldn't take long for the penta-elemental undead formation to be broken. After all, the strength of the 5 elite zombies was limited. There was no way they could withstand repeated exhaustion. While the 4 demon kings were panicking, Han Shoror, who had been nervously watching the development of the situation, didn't know what to do for a moment. The penta-elemental undead formation was deployed by the 5 elite zombies. Han Shoror couldn't interfere. If he were to enter the formation, Han Shoror himself would be affected by the formation and wouldn't be able to display his full strength. At this moment, the 5 elite zombies were digesting the 2 waves of attacks from the 4 demon kings. As long as they were able to remove the influence of those energies and unleash the terrifying offensive power of the penta-elemental undead formation at full force, the 4 demon kings would be exhausted from dealing with the attacks and wouldn't be able to continue attacking the penta-elemental undead formation for a while. Every one of the 4 demon kings of the Abyss realm was a person with an extremely firm will. Even though they were panicking, they wouldn't go berserk and attack recklessly. According to their thinking, if they missed their first attack, they naturally wouldn't be able to use the same energy to achieve the same effect. It was precisely because they knew nothing about formations that the 5 elite zombies had the opportunity to catch their breath. Just as the 4 demon kings were pondering on how to destroy the penta-elemental undead formation with creased brows, the 5 elite zombies finally recovered from the previous influence. Without the slightest hesitation, the 5 elite zombies gave up all defensive energy and began to fuse their energies bit by bit, releasing the offensive power of the penta-elemental undead formation to its fullest extent. Look, something's not right in the sky. Manticole's brain was spinning at high speed as he thought of a way to break out of this region. He raised his head to look and suddenly cried out in alarm. The other 3 demon kings simultaneously raised their heads to look at the sky after hearing those words. The sky that was originally filled with boundless fog was suddenly filled with large tracts of burning clouds. The clouds were bursting with fiery light and blazing heat. They were pressing down bit by bit. At the same time, an extremely frightening energy shrouded above everyone's heads. Like those burning clouds, it slowly approached the 4 demon kings below. Rumbling noises suddenly sounded from the tranquil earth. Trenches were suddenly torn apart. Sharp awls as hard as iron and stone suddenly pierced out from the depths of the earth. They shot straight at the 4 demon kings as though they had eyes of their own. The barren region was suddenly filled with vines. They wriggled like vipers and coiled towards the 4 demon kings. In the void above their heads, under the pressure of the burning clouds, the golden cudgel turned into a lofty mountain. It carried an incomparably frightening gravitational force and completely enveloped the entire region with the momentum of Mount Tai. Amidst rumbling explosions, it rumbled towards the 4 demon kings. The golden cudgel continued to grow in size until it filled the entire sky. Unless the 4 demon kings were buried deep underground, they would have nowhere to retreat to. However, it wasn't that easy to hide underground. Sharp awls as hard as iron and stone pierced into the ground again. At this moment, the heavens were furious and the earth was resentful. The energies of the 5 elements fused together. All kinds of attacks were launched in succession. There was no longer any place for the 4 demon kings to stand in the entire space. Every corner and corner seemed to contain life-threatening dangers. In this region, there wasn't a single place for them to hide. All they could do was resist with their divine energies. "Father, how is it?" Little Skull, who was riding on a bone dragon, transmitted from not far away from Han Shuro. Han Shuro's heart was filled with astonishment. The misty region ahead could not escape the inspection of Han Shuro's consciousness. Sensing the ruthless energy attacks, although Han Shuro had overestimated the might of the penta-elemental undead formation, when the formation was truly activated, Han Shuro was still astonished by the might of the penta-elemental undead formation. In the sky, on the ground, in all directions, in every corner of space, there was no place for the enemy to hide. The attacks came from every strand of earth, every wisp of air, every drop of water. Once the energies of the 5 elements were fused, some other energies that even Han Shuro could not identify would be derived. Those energies were extremely bizarre and mysterious. More often than not, they could penetrate the divine energy defenses of the 4 demon kings, causing them to be badly battered and annoyed. The 5 elite zombies were 5 creatures refined from ordinary zombie warriors using demonic arts of the penta-elemental undead zones. Han Shuro had no idea what kind of strength they possessed to this day. However, Han Shuro believed that among the 5 elite zombies, even fire, metal, and wood elite zombies who had obtained the ultimate treasures of the 5 elements were absolutely not as powerful as Little Skull. At most, they would possess the strength of base god. However, it was precisely these 5 elite zombies, after the penta-elemental undead formation was formed and the 5 energies fused, that they could unleash a terrifying offensive power. Even the 4 demon kings of the Abyss realm were exhausted from dealing with them. As expected, the penta-elemental undead formation did not disappoint Han Shuro. The golden cudgel that filled the entire space, fused with the energy of Earth, suddenly burst into flames when it bombarded the bodies of the 4 demon kings. The 4 demon kings let out a muffled groan at almost the same time. Under the all-conquering golden cudgel, the 4 demon kings were struck dizzy. Among them, Leviathan, who had already suffered serious injuries, could not withstand the attack. The wounds that he had forcefully reattached suddenly burst open. Blood spurted out like arrows. Leviathan, who was the first to suffer serious injuries, fell to the ground on one knee. Blood flowed out of his mouth. As though it knew to attack the weak first, the energies of the penta-elemental undead formation instantly converged on Leviathan's body. For a moment, hundreds and thousands of rays of light bombarded Leviathan's body, flashing and disappearing from his body. "Save me, save me." Leviathan was terrified. He looked at the other 3 demon kings and cried out in pain for the first time. Bang! Like a firework explosion, Leviathan's divine soul and divine body were suddenly annihilated. This low god was truly killed. Chapter 573. At the same time, whether it was because of the explosion of Leviathan's divine soul and divine body, or because the 5 elite zombies were taking a breather after their all-out attack, a small crack suddenly appeared in the smoke-filled sky of the penta-elemental undead formation. Manticore, who was doing his best to resist the attacks of the formation, very keenly sensed the anomaly in the sky. That wisp of the element of darkness that suddenly overflowed made him realize that a crack had finally appeared in the penta-elemental undead formation. Without the slightest hesitation, Manticore transformed into a wisp of black smoke and escaped from the penta-elemental undead formation at the fastest speed he had ever used in his life. As for Leviathan, who had exploded beside him, Manticore didn't even give it a second glance. Outside the formation, Han-Shoror, who was attentively sensing the anomaly in the penta-elemental undead formation, knew through his connection with the 5 elite zombies that they had consumed a great deal of energy in attacking Leviathan with all their might and annihilating his divine soul. Whoosh! Manticore suddenly burst out from that fissure. Han-Shoror and Little Skull simultaneously sensed the domain of divinity of darkness that enveloped them. Their gazes instantly turned to Manticore. The domain of divinity naturally formed on Little Skull's body was also an obvious target. After Manticore flew out from the formation, he conveniently saw Little Skull and Han-Shoror. Without a single word of nonsense, Manticore, who had just charged out from the penta-elemental undead formation, raised his broadsword that was shrouded in the aura of darkness and charged at Han-Shoror without a second thought. Manticore took it for granted that the birth of that bizarre space was completely unleashed by Han-Shoror using some unknown energy. In his opinion, as long as he could throw Han-Shoror into a fluster, that bizarre scene that imprisoned them would suddenly dissipate, just like the Shora Soul formation. Manticore did not rescue Golandur and Little Skull out of kindness. However, with Leviathan's death, Manticore sensed an intense crisis. He knew that if he didn't get rid of Han-Shoror at this moment, none of those who came to the Void this time would be able to leave this place alive. By now, Manticore no longer coveted the treasures of the Void. Instead, he spared no effort to protect his current interests. The source of all danger was Han-Shoror himself. He believed that as long as he attacked with all his might, Han-Shoror would definitely have a hard time keeping watch over the space that bound Golandur. Courting death. When Han-Shoror saw Manticore recklessly charging at him, instead of being alarmed, he smiled. He brandished the Demon Slayer edge. A stream of blood-red radiance mixed with the aura of destruction instantly shot out for several dozen meters. Killing intent surged and flowed within it. Little Skull, who had been riding on the bone dragon, unfolded his domain of divinity. Dense element of death suddenly gushed towards Manticore. At the same time, he flicked the long and narrow bone spear in his hand. An enormous amount of the element of death abruptly converged on the bone spear. The divine energy in his body flowed into the bone spear. The bone spear was released by the art of demonic control. A long white light shot straight at Manticore. All of a sudden, the two energies of destruction and death locked onto him. The two attacks arrived in an instant. This gave Manticore an extremely bad feeling. However, he believed that as long as he could disrupt Han-Shoror's mind and prevent Han-Shoror from continuing to lock onto the space behind him, Golandur and Little Skull would be able to come out and help him. It was precisely with this in mind that Manticore did not retreat in the face of Han-Shoror and Little Skeleton's attacks. Instead, he charged forward courageously. Absolute darkness formed wherever the broadsword in his hand passed. Even Manticore himself had vanished from sight. Unfortunately, Han-Shoror, with his marvelous consciousness, had long firmly locked onto Manticore. This method of concealing one's tracks, which might have worked on other gods, appeared rather laughable in Han-Shoror's eyes. The Demon Slayer edge and Little Skeleton's bone spear were locked onto by Han-Shoror's consciousness. Without any delay, they pierced towards Manticore in the darkness with incomparable precision. How is this possible? Manticore, who was in the darkness, suddenly let out a soft cry of absent-mindedness. The next moment, clanking noises came from the land of absolute darkness. He, trying to conceal one's aura in front of me? You're asking for trouble. Han-Shoror laughed in an extremely arrogant manner. Han-Shoror and Little Skull were still standing there. However, the Demon Slayer edge and Little Skull's bone spear, under the control of the two's consciousness, were rapidly shuttling back and forth in the darkness. The sounds of metal clashing constantly came from within. Manticore painfully dealt with the incomparably accurate and extremely bizarre attacks from the two weapons, especially the attacks from his avatar of destruction, the Demon Slayer edge. Every sharp stab from the Demon Slayer edge would leave a gash on the broadsword that he was so proud of. It was obvious that the Demon Slayer edge was even sharper and more terrifying than his broadsword that was shrouded in the aura of darkness. Manticore was extremely sullen. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure out how these two weapons could accurately point at him in the absolute darkness created by his domain of divinity at its pinnacle. With that, Manticore, who was supposed to conceal his body to attack Hanshoro and Little Skull, became the passive recipient. He had no choice but to helplessly deal with the attacks from Hanshoro and Little Skull. Manticore, you didn't expect this, did you? Hehe, I originally had no interest in your abyss realm. But now, it seems that you will soon disappear forever. In that case, I will reluctantly take over the abyss realm. The Demon Slayer edge, which had transformed into an avatar, had a soul of its own. While attacking Manticore, it suddenly spoke in a clear human voice. Manticore could no longer contain the shock in his heart. His mind was in chaos and his hands were slow. He barely managed to block one of the Demon Slayer edge's attacks, but was pierced by the bone spur. The divine energy of death took the opportunity to invade Manticore's body. Manticore's eyes were filled with terror. In a flurry, he diverted a portion of his divine energy to resist the invasion of the divine energy of death in his body. Manticore watched as the Demon Slayer edge ruthlessly slashed at him, and listened to that voice. This bizarre scene made Manticore even more flustered. Are you afraid? Hehe, don't be afraid. You are about to die. The Demon Slayer edge was still jabbering incessantly to disturb Manticore's mind. When those sarcastic words fell into Manticore's ears, they seemed to have become symbols that hastened his death, making him even more flustered and helpless. Outside the absolute darkness, Hanshoro wore a sinister smile on his face. He slowly took out a pearl of annihilation from his space ring and communicated with Little Skull. A strange light flashed. The pearl of annihilation suddenly shot at Manticore, who was desperately defending himself. At the same time, the Demon Slayer edge and Little Skull's bone spur that had been pestering Manticore like a vengeful spirit suddenly vanished without a trace. Manticore felt the pressure on him ease. However, he was rather puzzled. He couldn't understand why those two extremely annoying weapons would suddenly vanish at such a crucial moment. Oh no! Manticore cried out in his mind, because he saw that sphere flying towards him. As a bystander, he clearly saw the bitter experience of Golander and Little Skull. Naturally, he understood just how much of a headache that ordinary-looking pearl of annihilation would be when it exploded. Manticore wanted to flee, but unfortunately, it was already too late. The pearl of annihilation had already exploded. An earth-shattering sound was heard, followed by a miserable howl. After the explosion, Manticore's body was riddled with cuts and bruises. Blood trickled down the surface of his body like trickles. However, the most frightening part was the soul piercers. The corrosive energy in his soul was even more ferocious. Manticore knew that he no longer had a chance to win. Looking at Hanshoro and Little Skull, who were approaching step by step, Manticore squeezed out an ugly smile with great difficulty. With a hoarse voice, he said, "Mr. Hanshoro, Leviathan is dead. We can join forces and occupy the domains of Golander and Little Skull." You don't understand the Abyss Realm. I can help you. Really, you need me. He needed time to remove the corrosive energy caused by the soul piercers. Facing Hanshoro and Little Skull, who were approaching step by step, Manticore was truly afraid. At this moment, he knew that it would be rather difficult to escape even if he wanted to. Manticore, who had always been proud and arrogant and had always treated Hanshoro as a high-level cannon fodder, at this moment, had no choice but to bow and scrape. In order to survive, he didn't even hesitate to abandon his high and mighty divine might. Hanshoro looked at Manticore smilingly. His smile was filled with contempt and disdain. Shaking his head, he said, "That's not a good idea. There are too many people who understand the Abyss Realm, such as Bord and Xenia. I believe that after you die, they will be very happy to serve me. To be honest, from the very beginning, I really just wanted to leave the Abyss as soon as possible. It was you people who forced us to stand against each other step by step. Hanshoro, you really won't give me the slightest chance of survival." Manticole's face was filled with bitterness as he asked again. After a short pause, Manticole put on a ruthless expression. Before Hanshuro could reply, he said, "Don't you forget that your woman and disciple are in Black Jade City. I am a low god. Even though we are separated by such a long distance, I can still get in touch with my believers. With but a thought, they will be dead on the spot. Don't you regret this? I personally refined the pearls of annihilation. I know all too well the functions of the soul piercers. Your soul is in a state of chaos. How could you possibly communicate with your believers? Stop pretending to be fierce." Hanshuro laughed heartily. His last words came from behind Manticole. The Demon Slayer Edge took advantage of this opportunity and unknowingly arrived behind Manticole. While Manticole was in a state of panic, the Demon Slayer Edge pierced through his back. "When it comes to concealing one's aura, you are really no match for me." Hanshuro shook his head and said regretfully. Soon after, he and Little Skull moved together and mercilessly beheaded Manticole, destroying both his divine body and divine soul. Chapter 574. With Leviathan and Manticole dead, Hanshuro and Little Skull would be able to deal with Golandr and Cecrops even without the help of the penta-elemental undead formation. It was at this moment that Hanshuro's mind shuddered. A bizarre feeling emerged from his soul. An intense whirlwind of death rapidly gathered around him. In an instant, Hanshuro understood that his avatar of death had finally become a low god. After the reconstruction of his divine body and divine soul was completed, a domain of divinity of death naturally took shape in the distance. Whoosh! That avatar draped in a deep black magus robe stood firmly next to Hanshuro. An intense element of death assaulted Hanshuro's senses. Bizarre divine energy was slowly circulating in this avatar of death. After completely absorbing the divine soul of that mid-god, this avatar of his had limitless potential. Now that there were still 3 divine essences to absorb, Hanshuro had a lot more expectations for this avatar of his. "Congratulations, Father." Little Skull sincerely congratulated Hanshuro when he saw that Hanshuro had successfully cultivated yet another low god of death. Hanshuro nodded smilingly. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly discovered that the penta-elemental undead formation was undergoing a strange change. At this moment, raging flames and an ice-cold force field strangely coexisted. The 2 low gods, Golandr and Cecrops, were compressing each other with their domains of divinity. Terrifying divine might was constantly spreading outwards. The penta-elemental undead formation that had been closing in on Hanshuro once again adopted a passive defensive stance. Extremely avaricious auras were emitted from water and fire elite zombies. "Father, we can obtain everything they have as long as we scatter the consciousness in their divine souls," Fire Elite Zombie quickly transmitted. Hanshuro, who was in the midst of being amazed by the penta-elemental undead formation, immediately received Fire Elite Zombie's message. After communicating with the 5 elite zombies, Hanshuro's spirit jolted. He cried out in pleasant surprise, "You mean, you can take over everything they have, including their divine energy and divine soul?" "Yes, Father. As long as the consciousness in their divine soul is gone, we can obtain everything they have," Water Elite Zombie replied impatiently. "Good, very good." Hanshuro screamed and immediately transmitted, "Remove the defensive power of the penta-elemental undead formation. Let's attack together." As soon as his thoughts were transmitted, Hanshuro's main body, his 2 avatars, and Little Skull simultaneously attacked Golandr and Cecrops, who were frantically counterattacking. The 3 low gods and Hanshuro's main body had accumulated their energy to the maximum. Taking advantage of the moment when Golandr and Cecrops were in a panic, they fiercely bombarded the scene created by their domains of divinity. The already exhausted Cecrops and Golandr had expended more than half of their divine energy in the penta-elemental undead formation. Now that they were faced with such a ferocious attack, their morale was instantly extinguished. Amidst the dazzling radiance, cracks actually appeared on Golandr and Cecrops' domains of divinity. They could no longer isolate the energy of other energies from entering their domains of divinity. The 2 had also consumed a great deal of their divine energy in this attack. They were once again bombarded into the center of the penta-elemental undead formation. After the first attack, Han-Shoror and Little Skull did not stop. They launched even more ferocious attacks on Golander and Cecrops. Seizing this opportunity, Han-Shoror's avatar of death that had just become a low god unleashed the magic soul tremor with all its might and ruthlessly bombarded the divine souls of Golander and Cecrops. Han-Shoror's main body's consciousness did not remain idle either. Together with the magic soul tremor, they pierced into Golander's divine soul like a sharp knife, inflicting heavy damage on it. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two shadows rapidly shot towards Golander and Cecrops, who were at their weakest. Han-Shoror's sharp eyes could tell at a glance that they were Fire Elite Zombie and Water Elite Zombie. The situation was extremely bizarre. When Water Elite Zombie struck Golander's body, he suddenly turned into liquid and tunneled into Golander's brain through his 7 apertures. It was the same for Fire Elite Zombie. He seemed to have turned into wisps of sparks, first burning Cecrops' body, and then into Cecrops' brain. Golander and Cecrops, who were struggling fiercely, abruptly stopped their deathbed counterattacks. Under the sneak attack of Soul Tremor and Han-Shoror's consciousness, the duo's extremely weak divine souls suffered a devastating blow from the heavy strikes of Water Elite Zombie and Fire Elite Zombie. Their consciousnesses gradually collapsed and dispersed. Miraculous changes were happening to Water and Fire Elite Zombies. Although Han-Shoror had no idea how the two did it, as the two were refined from Han-Shoror's blood essence, he could clearly sense that the two were forcibly taking over the 2 demon kings. Their divine energies, divine souls, and divine bodies were all being absorbed by the 2 fellas amidst the miraculous changes. Father, help us. Their consciousness has yet to disperse, Water Elite Zombie suddenly transmitted. Han-Shoror, who had been keeping a close eye on the bizarre transformation, suddenly sensed the final counterattack of Golander and Cecrops' consciousness, as though they were going to perish together. When Golander and Cecrops discovered that their consciousness was gradually dispersing, they did their utmost to reassemble their souls as though they were experiencing a last burst of energy, wanting to transmit a command to Han-Shoror to perish together. These 2 demon kings were first bombarded by the Pearls of Annihilation, then tortured by the Soul Piercers, then tortured by the Penta-Elemental Undead formation. Their divine energies, divine bodies, and divine souls were all in an extremely weak state. Then, Little Skull, Han-Shoror, and his 2 avatars attacked with all their might, dealing them a fatal blow in one fell swoop. Their souls were also intensely corroded. The 2 demon kings were actually able to maintain their consciousness after a series of attacks. Their tenacious vitality was indeed frightening. As soon as Water Elite Zombie's message arrived, those thoughts flashed across Han-Shoror's mind. The next moment, Han-Shoror's avatar of death and main body simultaneously launched frenzied attacks on Golander and Cecrops' souls, doing their utmost to prevent the two's consciousness from reassembling. Han-Shoror understood that if he were to allow Cecrops and Golander to reassemble their consciousnesses at this moment and issue the order to perish together, the Water and Fire Elite Zombies would certainly go for wool and come home shorn. They would end up dying here with Han-Shoror. Even Han-Shoror and Little Skull, who were extremely close to the 2 demon kings, might be affected. Therefore, Han-Shoror had no path of retreat. He mustered all his strength to attack the consciousnesses that the 2 demon kings were trying their best to reassemble, frantically preventing their final counterattack. Gradually, the resistance of the 2 demon kings grew weaker and weaker. Under the all-out attacks of Han-Shoror's 2 souls, and the corrosion of Water Elite Zombie and Fire Elite Zombie that followed them like shadows, the consciousness that the 2 demon kings barely managed to reassemble gradually weakened. Thank you, Father. They're done for. Haha, this is great, this is great. Fire Elite Zombie transmitted incoherently. It was obvious that he was extremely excited. Concentrate your mind and occupy everything about these 2. Chided Han-Shoror. He knew the dangers of forcibly occupying one's soul and was afraid that the 2 fellas' joy would turn into sorrow. Han-Shoror himself did not dare to relax at all. His consciousness and death divine soul were all locked onto Golander and Cecrops, constantly on guard against the 2's next counterattack. Time flowed by silently. After an unknown amount of time, Han gradually discovered that Golander and Cecrop's consciousnesses had dissipated to the point where they could no longer be seen. The souls that he had locked onto gave him an extremely familiar feeling. Han heaved a sigh of relief. He understood that under the joint efforts of father and son, the consciousnesses of Golander and Cecrops had truly completely dissipated and vanished. The two's divine souls, along with their memories and understandings of the two elemental energies, were slowly fusing with Water Elite Zombie and Fire Elite Zombie. These two fellas are too lucky. Father, with this, the two of them will become even more powerful. Boo-hoo, we want it too, grumbled Earth Elite Zombie beside Han. Han was speechless. He knew that Earth Elite Zombie would inevitably be sad if he did not obtain any treasures of the Earth attribute. Therefore, Han had no choice but to persuade him with a bitter face. Even at this moment, Han was still very astonished. He thought, the special ability of demonic arts to benefit oneself at the expense of others is indeed formidable. Not only can I use demonic arts to forcibly occupy the souls of others, but I can also do the same to the 5 elite zombies. Based on this trend, if Earth Elite Zombie and Wood Elite Zombie were to have such an opportunity, they might just be able to forcibly occupy the souls of their opponents and ascend to godhood in a single bound. If Water Elite Zombie and Fire Elite Zombie could forcibly occupy Golander and Cecrops, two low gods cultivating in the elemental energy of water and fire, wouldn't Earth Elite Zombie and Wood Elite Zombie be able to forcibly occupy the divine souls, divine bodies, and divine energies of low gods cultivating in the elemental energy of Earth and Edict of Life? The Yuan energy of Earth that Earth Elite Zombie cultivated in was similar to the elemental energy of Earth in this world. Although there were some differences, the source energies seemed to be the same. Would the Yuan energy of wood that Wood Elite Zombie cultivated in be able to fuse with the bizarre energy of the Edict of Life, which was full of vitality? Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, except for the energy of metal, the other 4 elemental energies seem to be able to find their corresponding energy sources in this world. Would Metal Elite Zombie also have the opportunity to find a god cultivating in the rare energy of metal? Looking at the strange changes happening to Earth Elite Zombie and Fire Elite Zombie before him, a series of questions emerged from the bottom of Han heart. He seemed to see the scene of the 5 elite zombies ascending to godhood one after another, operating the penta-elemental undead formation to a power that even the inventor could not imagine. Chapter 575. Fire and Water Elite Zombies were still absorbing the energy of Cecrops and Golander. Their divine bodies, divine souls, and divine energies were slowly fusing with Fire and Water Elite Zombies during this process. After an unknown period of time, the Fire Elite Zombie and Water Elite Zombie finally emerged from Cecrops and Golander's bodies. At that moment, the enormous energies of the two energies were completely transferred to Fire and Water Elite Zombies. On the other hand, Cecrops and Golander's bodies had turned into stinking bags of flesh without any signs of life. Han understood that it would take a very long time for Fire and Water Elite Zombies to completely digest the energies of Cecrops and Golander. This process must not be disturbed. Sensing the chaotic energies within Fire and Water Elite Zombies, Han thought for a moment and instructed. With a wave of his hand, he recited an incantation and sent the 5 elite zombies back to the netherworld. Of the 5 great demon kings of the Abyss realm, 4 had died by Han hand. There was no one in the entire Abyss realm that could threaten him. After the 5 elite zombies left, Han turned to Little Skull beside him and said, "Take good care of Fire and Water Elite Zombies. Let them digest the energies in peace." "Don't worry, Father. I know what to do," Little Skull replied. With the crisis resolved, there was no longer any need for Little Skull to stay. A strange light flashed and Little Skull vanished from Han sight. After Little Skull left, his avatars of death and destruction reverted back to the skeletal staff and the Demon Slayer edge, concealing themselves in Han body. All the energies had vanished. The energy of all sorts of explosions from the boundaries in the surroundings had also vanished amidst the chaos. After the domain of divinity in the area had completely vanished, Hanshor spread out his consciousness and detected the presence of those demons in the surroundings. After thinking for a moment, Hanshor loudly shouted, "All demons in the surroundings, come here." Before fighting with Leviathan and the others, the 4 demon kings had a total of 40 demons under them. However, after experiencing the chaos of the boundary, many of them died in the meteor shower and spatial blades, and now there were only 30 left. At first, Leviathan and Golandur thought that they would fight each other, which was why they ordered the demons to stay far away. After all, in the Holy Realm, under the divine might, these demons could only die. At that time, the 4 demon kings still hoped that they could continue to be cannon fodder to open up a path for them, so they spared their lives. As Hanshor yelled out, the remaining 30 or so demons in the surroundings all gathered towards Hanshor from afar. Before long, all the demons under the command of the 4 demon kings had gathered around Hanshor. Mr. Hanshor, what happened?" Bord and Xenia, who had just survived another calamity, hurriedly asked as soon as they arrived and looked at the abnormal situation around them that seemed to be collapsing the sky and the earth. Hanshor's eyes glittered as he scanned the crowd. He saw confusion and surprise in the demons' faces. "What's going on? Why has the radiance of faith that Lord Golandur applied on me disappeared?" A demon on Golandur's side asked impatiently as he looked at Hanshor in astonishment. Upon hearing those words, the crowd, including Bord and Xenia, turned their puzzled gazes to Hanshor. The radiance of faith was an imprint similar to a master-slave contract that a low god could apply on his direct followers. This imprint could provide an unending stream of power of faith from his followers. Direct followers could use this imprint to place it on weaker people for their master. Through this method, the master could obtain the power of faith from those people. Every low god who had truly ascended to godhood could deploy the radiance of faith using an altar and divine energy and divine soul. Once the radiance of faith sprinkled on those who had opened their hearts, it would immediately form a contract in their souls. Once those people accepted the contract, they would worship that god as their believer and selflessly offer up the power of faith. Faith was an illusory thing that did not cause any harm to them. However, it could become the power of the god they worshipped, which was greatly beneficial to their divine energy and domain of divinity. In principle, only those who surrendered their believer and converted to another god would generally have the radiance of faith sprinkled on their bodies and accepted the contract. Of course, if the god they worshipped died, the radiance of faith in the believers would naturally vanish as well. Once they accepted the illumination of the radiance of faith, no matter how many material planes they were separated from the god they worshipped, the radiance of faith would never be extinguished. Naturally, the disappearance of the radiance of faith in the souls of these demons who had always worshipped the 4 great demon kings was not because they had converted to another god. In that case, there was only one explanation left: the god they worshipped had died. To them, perhaps the infamy and power of the great demon kings of the abyss had long been deeply ingrained in them, or perhaps they had entrusted their spirits to them for too long. Although they clearly knew that this was a very high possibility, they did not dare to think in this direction. They could only look at Hanshor with extreme bewilderment. Looking at these characters before him who could be considered as heroes of a region in the Abyss realm, Hanshor felt rather pitiful for them. These characters had offered everything they had to the 4 great demon kings in exchange for mere cannon fodder. Moreover, under the deliberate actions of the 4 great demon kings, they would never have the chance to truly ascend to godhood. Although they were pitiful, some words still had to be said. Hanshor coldly glanced at the crowd and callously said, "Everyone, I believe you have all felt the radiance of faith in your bodies extinguish. Unfortunately, I have to inform all of you that the 4 great demon kings are all dead." As soon as these words were spoken, it immediately set off a huge uproar among the crowd of demons. Although they had some doubts in their hearts, when Hanshor said these words, all of the demons turned pale. Their hearts were filled with despair and fear, and their eyes were filled with incredulity. How is this possible? How is this possible? How did Lord Golandur die? No way, you must be mistaken. Our Lord won't die, he won't. Our Lord is dead, what should we do? We're finished. This time, we're finished. All kinds of voices resounded from the mouths of the demons. The news of the death of the 4 great demon kings had shocked all the demons. These demons, who were used to obeying the orders of their masters, did not know what to do for a moment. A mess of emotions surged in them, and the panic in their hearts seemed to never be able to calm down. How did my lord die? That demon under Golander's command suddenly glared at Hanshaw and roared. I killed him. Hanshaw said grimly. How did our lord die? That demon under Leviathan also shouted. I killed him. Hanshaw said again. Bord and Xenia opened their mouths and were about to say something when Hanshaw waved his hand, looked around, and proudly said, Don't ask any more questions. I killed all 4 great demon kings. All the demons shut their mouths upon hearing those words. For a moment, the scene fell into a frightening silence. Those demons looked at Hanshaw in disbelief. They simply could not believe what they had just heard. Impossible. Just you alone? You can't even kill a single demon king. How could you possibly kill all 4 of them? One of the demons shrieked in disbelief. 2 rays of light flew out from Hanshaw's body and rapidly reappeared next to him. The 2 avatars of Hanshaw transformed into 2 other Hanshaw. The auras of Low God of Death and Destruction were suddenly released. The 3 Hanshaw swept their cold and fierce eyes across the crowd. The avatar of Death began to set up an altar in front of the crowd. The 4 great demon kings wanted to kill me and joined hands to attack me first. Naturally, I wouldn't let them have their way. As a result, all 4 great demon kings were killed, and I was lucky enough to survive. Hanshaw said unhurriedly. Under the still stunned and puzzled gazes of the crowd, he continued, This is the truth. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. Now that the light of faith in your souls has vanished, and the subjects of the 4 great demon kings of the Abyss Realm have also lost their faith, the Abyss Realm cannot be without a ruler for even a day. I will reluctantly assume the role of your new god. No, you don't deserve it. I will never accept it. That demon under Golander was extremely resentful towards Hanshaw and immediately shrieked. The avatar of Death that was setting up the altar pointed at the demon from afar. The energy of death instantly covered the demon's body. In the next moment, all the bones in the demon's body suddenly protruded out and pierced through his physical body. His soul was swept away by the wave of attacks and instantly turned into ashes. It was a clean death. You talk too much. Since you can't offer me the power of faith, then there's no need for you to exist anymore. Hanshaw Avatar nonchalantly said. He then continued coldly, My altar will be ready soon. The light of faith will sprinkle down. Those who disobey, die. Do as you see fit. In the Abyss Realm, the words of the one with the bigger fist were the most effective. Hanshaw was well aware of the rules of this realm. Without wasting any time, he directly displayed his absolute power in a domineering and callous manner. We are willing. As Hanshaw had expected, Bord and Xenia, who had been carefully taken care of by Hanshaw, were the first to agree after a brief moment of hesitation. Chapter 576. The demons on Leviathan and Manticole's side had some contact with Hanshaw along the way and had a rather good impression of Hanshaw. Now that they had learned their lesson from that ignorant fool, they quickly understood the situation. We are willing as well. Without letting Hanshaw wait any longer, those demons that came with Leviathan and Manticole made their stand clear one after another. Hanshaw did not say a word. He only cared about preparing the altar and did not spare a glance at those demons under Cecrops and Golander. After obtaining that mid-god divine soul, Hanshaw's domain of divinity was naturally formed. Therefore, this method of arranging an altar wasn't too difficult for him. The so-called altar was, in fact, a special kind of magical matrix. However, one had to leave a bit of divine energy and a divine imprint on it. The altar would then emit the light of faith and sprinkle it on the bodies of the believers. Once the light of faith and the souls of the believers came into contact, a contract would be formed. Once the believers were willing to give up their souls and accept the contract, they would offer up their power of faith. As Han-Shor unhurriedly arranged the altar, the demons on Cecrops and Golander's side all wore gloomy and uncertain expressions. The current situation was very clear. Regardless of how the 4 demon kings died, Han-Shor's might was undeniable. At present, they only had 2 choices: to obey, or to die. The Abyss Realm revered the strong. Only those truly apex characters who were so terrifying that they seemed invincible could suppress these characters who could be considered as heroes of a region. And Han-Shor was obviously such a character. After the light of faith of the 4 demon kings vanished from their souls, their reliance on the 4 demon kings had similarly been greatly reduced. Even now, they still found the claim that Han-Shor single-handedly killed the 4 demon kings a little hard to believe. However, from the 3 identical Han-Shor, they could sense the low god energy of destruction and death. This made them vaguely realize that Han-Shor was indeed more powerful than any one of the 4 demon kings. Faced with the threat of death, and with the deep-rooted rule of respecting the strong, the demons did not have much time to hesitate. One of the timid demons took the lead and expressed, I'm willing. No one would accuse this demon of cowardice. On the contrary, the demons on Cecrops and Golander's side were visibly relieved to see someone take the lead. Each and every one of them wore humble and reverent expressions as they expressed their stance. It was also at this moment that Han-Shor's altar was finally completed. His avatar of death raised its head, looked around, and said with a faint smile, "A wise man submits to circumstances. Not bad, you're rather tactful. Actually, it's much better for you to follow me than to follow those 4 bastards who died." What can those 4 petty and selfish fellows give you? Nolan had only obtained a divine weapon of light, but Leviathan had taken the opportunity to destroy her in order to prevent her from becoming a god independently. With the 4 of you, you will forever be nothing more than cannon fodder puppet. After a short pause, he stared at the demons and said word by word, "Actually, all of you are very pathetic." The faces of the demons turned gloomy after hearing those words. In the Abyss Realm, they were all heroes of their own regions, lords of their own cities. Being able to cultivate to the demon realm, they naturally weren't fools. In fact, they knew better than anyone else what Han-Shor had said. This was the 3rd time they had come to the void, including this time. Everything that had happened in the past and in recent days had made them realize that the 4 demon kings did not see them as humans at all. However, the Abyss Realm was such a place. The 4 lofty demon kings had absolute authority. They, who had handed over their faith, had no complaints even though they knew this was the truth. But now that the light of faith was gone, the 4 demon kings were all dead, and it was Han-Shor's words that these demons began to ponder deeply about what Han-Shor had said for the first time. Seeing that these demons were deep in thought, Han-Shor said coldly, "I'm not a good person either. I'm selfish, and I'm just as vicious to my enemies. However, I won't be so despicable and shameless to my own people. I promise you that I won't be so narrow-minded as to deal with my own people. As long as you have the ability to become gods, I won't stop you." Really? A demon asked in a trembling voice, looking at Han-Shor in disbelief. "You'll see for yourselves in the future," Han-Shor said in a deep voice. "We believe in Mr. Han-Shor. After getting along with you these days, we understand that Mr. Han-Shor indeed takes good care of your own people." Bord and Xenia took the lead to express their stance. "Sure enough, I didn't save you in vain," thought Han-Shor. Although the people of the Abyss Realm were savage and used to fighting, from a certain point of view, the people of the Abyss Realm were very easy to tame. And once they were tamed, there would generally be no problem with their loyalty. "I'm going to start activating the power in the altar. Get ready." Without saying anything else, Han-Shor's avatar of death immediately activated the altar in front of him. The altar suddenly blossomed with a gentle light that sprinkled down like mercury and shone on the demons below. The demons who had long had thoughts of submitting to Han-Shor relaxed their minds and accepted the infusion of the light of faith. A wonderful feeling suddenly emerged in Han-Shor's heart. It was as though there were dozens of invisible threads connecting him to the demons in front of him. The faintly discernible power was very slowly and gently feeding back from the demons to the avatar of death. This power was so weak that Han-Shoror would not have noticed it if he had not been attentive. Compared to the divine energy in Han-Shoror's body, those traces of power were so weak that they were negligible. However, Han-Shoror understood that those dozens of weak strands of power of faith were indeed filling up his divine energy bit by bit, strengthening his domain of divinity a little. These were just a few dozen demons. The citizens of the 4 demon kings of the Abyss realm numbered in the tens of thousands. With each and every one of them offering their faith to Han-Shoror, they would become a force to be reckoned with. The dozens of demons in front of him could use the light of faith that Han-Shoror had left in their minds to transmit his divine will and convert them into his followers. The divine energy of the altar faded. Han-Shoror dismantled it and stored it in his space ring. The dozens of demons in front of him had all accepted the contract and become Han-Shoror's followers. With these dozens of demons present, the power of faith of all the citizens of the 4 demon kings' territories would not be able to escape Han-Shoror's control. In addition, Han-Shoror had other thoughts in his mind. Han-Shoror hated some of the people on Profound Continent to the extreme. Originally, he did not wish for the creatures of the Abyss realm to enter Profound Continent. But if these abyssal creatures were all under his command, that would be a whole different story. Back when he was on Profound Continent, the Saintess of the Church of Light and the 6-horned tribal king of the Soul Race were no longer worthy of Han-Shoror's attention. As the Saintess of the Church of Light and the 6-horned tribal king of the Soul Race had independently ascended to base god status, they were perhaps slightly stronger than the demons under Han-Shoror's command. They seemed to be able to deploy the domain of divinity. However, when Han-Shoror, who had truly become a low god, recalled the battle between the two of them on the sacred mountain of the Church of Light years ago, he discovered that their so-called domain of divinity was, in fact, nothing more than the subtle utilization of their auras and elemental energies. Although it possessed some of the effects of a domain of divinity, it was not a true domain of divinity. After all, the Saintess of the Church of Light and the 6-horned tribal king of the Soul Race only possessed base god strength. Although they had independently ascended to godhood, they were not worthy of Han-Shoror's attention. When this daddy returns, the Saintess, the 6-horned tribal king, and even the primordious dragon, will all be swept away by this daddy. When he thought of these people, the unforgettable hatred he felt back then seemed to be clearly replaying in his mind. This caused Han-Shoror's face to turn gloomy. "My lord, what should we do now?" Bord and Xenia, relying on their former friendship with Han-Shoror, asked for the sake of Han-Shoror even though they saw that Han-Shoror had a sinister expression on his face. Han-Shoror noticed the change in the way the two addressed him and understood that they had taken his position seriously. There was a time limit for the Abyss Star Sands to flow back. After Bord and Xenia became Han-Shoror's believers, they naturally began to think for Han-Shoror's sake, hoping that Han-Shoror would be able to handle the situation here as soon as possible. Han-Shoror creased his brows and was about to say something when he suddenly sensed an energy of destruction approaching. With one thought, Han-Shoror understood that the last demon king of the Abyss realm, Bekimos, had arrived. Sure enough, not long after, the last great demon king of the Abyss realm, Bekimos, wearing a sinister green mask, suddenly appeared before Han-Shoror's eyes. This Bekimos was shrouded in a strange green armor and wore that sinister green mask. His facial features could not be seen, not even his stature. His entire body was shrouded in a terrifying aura of destruction. "What's going on? I once promised you that you would not act arbitrarily in here, lest you destroy too many boundaries at once. Why didn't you listen?" Bekimos' voice was hoarse. Even his eyes were green as he looked at the crowd and said coldly. After saying that, Bekimos seemed somewhat puzzled and asked again, "Where are the 4 great demon kings?" "Dead," Han-Shoror replied calmly. After a short pause, he added, "All dead. I killed them." Chapter 577. Dead. Bekimos' green eyes peeked out from beneath his mask. They glinted with disbelief and shock as he stared fixedly at Han-Shoror and asked, "You killed him?" Han-Shoror nodded and indifferently replied, "That's right, I killed him." From the words of Leviathan and the others, Han-Shoror learned that Bekimos was the first demon king to ascend to godhood in the Abyss realm. This man was mysterious and unfathomable. He was the leader of the 5 great demon kings and possessed strength that far surpassed the other 4 demon kings. What puzzled Han-Shoror the most was that Bekimos kept a much lower profile than the other 4 great demon kings. Given his strength, he could easily snatch the most believers in a battle. However, he did not do so. The 4 great demon kings also learned of the Abyss from him. When he came to the Abyss, he did not bring any of his demon subordinates with him. He came alone. Bekimos' various actions made Han-Shoror feel that this man was very mysterious and peculiar. Therefore, as soon as Bekimos landed in front of Han-Shoror, Han-Shoror's consciousness was fully focused on sensing the aura emanating from Bekimos' body. He could faintly sense his strength from the energy of destruction around him. Even low gods had differences in strength. This Bekimos who cultivated in the Edict of Destruction must have stayed in the low god realm for quite some time. From him, Han-Shoror sensed energy that was much more powerful than any of the 4 great demon kings. It was also at this moment that Han-Shoror finally understood why Bekimos stood aloof from worldly affairs and why the 4 greedy great demon kings never dared to stir up trouble in his territory. Strength decides everything. While Han-Shoror was sizing up Bekimos, the most powerful and oldest great demon king of the Abyss realm, his green eyes were filled with astonishment as they focused on Han-Shoror. He was also secretly spying on Han-Shoror's strength. At this moment, Han-Shoror's 2 avatars had yet to conceal themselves within his body. Bekimos immediately and clearly sensed the low god energies of death and destruction. Astonishment. Bekimos, the great demon king who had not shown the slightest trace of emotion for a long time, was extremely astonished when he saw the 3 souls of Han-Shoror in front of him. After a long time, the astonishment in Bekimos' green eyes slowly receded. He took a deep breath, and with his hoarse voice, he slowly said, "I believe what you said. It seems that Manticore and the other 3 have indeed died by your hand." On one hand, Bekimos did not sense the auras of the other 4 demon kings. On the other hand, it was because he discovered that Bord, Xenia, and the others had changed their target of worship. Han-Shoror had a limited understanding of Bekimos and did not know if he was a friend or foe. However, Han-Shoror was not afraid of him. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, "Actually, I bear no malice towards the 4 demon kings. It's just that they couldn't tolerate me and I had no choice but to act." "You don't need to explain anything." Bekimos stared deeply at Han-Shoror and said indifferently, "The Abyss realm doesn't care about right or wrong, only strength matters. If they're dead, then so be it. You have the strength to kill them. No one will question you no matter what reason you have." Han-Shoror was rather taken aback by those words. He stared blankly for a moment, and then asked puzzledly, "Then, why have you come here?" "Because the commotion on your side has been too great, so great that even the boundaries on my side have been affected. I only came here to persuade them to stop fighting, because once the boundaries on this side fall into chaos, it will affect everything else. No one will be able to leave the Abyss alive," Bekimos explained. Bekimos explained. He paused for a moment before continuing, "It seems that I don't have to worry about them anymore. That's good too. The 4 of them have been fighting amongst themselves and throwing the Abyss into chaos. It's not necessarily a bad thing for them to die." Bekimos' attitude made it seem as though he didn't care about the life and death of the 4 demon kings. Han-Shoror was rather puzzled, but did not ask any questions. "All right, since there won't be any big commotion on this side, I can rest assured. Good luck to you. See you again." When Bekimos saw that Han-Shoror wasn't saying anything, he didn't ask any more questions. He nodded indifferently and was about to leave. "Wait." Han-Shoror hastily called out to stop Bekimos from leaving. Bekimos was startled for a moment. He turned his gaze back to Han-Shoror and asked, "Is there anything else?" "I have a request." Han-Shoror didn't beat around the bush. He stared at Bekimos and said straightforwardly, "What is it?" "Tell me first." Bekimos didn't immediately agree, nor did he refuse. He was still as cold as ever. "My lord, where is the transportation matrix to the abyss? I heard from Manticore that you are the only one who knows the location of the transportation matrix," Hanshaw asked with a stern face. "Oh!" Bekimos stared at Hanshaw in astonishment, and said, "I have heard some news about you." Are you preparing to leave the Abyss realm with the help of the transportation matrix?" "That's right. Please help me, my lord." Hanshaw had always been very friendly when he needed help. He grinned and said sincerely. Bekimos remained silent for a moment. His green eyes stared at Hanshaw for a long time, as though he was trying to see through Hanshaw. After a while, Bekimos nodded and said, "Follow me." Upon finishing those words, Bekimos suddenly flew up according to the route he came from. You guys follow me too." Hanshaw turned around and instructed the demons behind him. His two avatars returned to his body, his consciousness firmly locked onto Bekimos, and he abruptly flew up. Bekimos was far more familiar with the abyss than the other 4 demon kings. In the Misty Valley, he cautiously avoided many boundaries, and traveled in a zigzagging direction through a passageway he had dug himself. The tunnel dug by Bekimos alone was actually longer than the tunnel dug by 2 parties of the 4 demon kings combined. Hanshaw's consciousness was firmly locked onto Bekimos. After flying for a while, he immediately determined this. Hanshaw was slightly startled. It was only now that he recalled that it was Bekimos who revealed the abyss to the other 4 demon kings. The other 4 had already made 3 trips to the abyss, including this trip. Bekimos, the oldest, must have made even more trips. With that thought in mind, Hanshaw became even more curious about this Bekimos. Just as Hanshaw was marveling at the mysteriousness of Bekimos, he suddenly sensed Bekimos come to a halt. His silhouette flickered within the boundless fog, and Hanshaw abruptly stood shoulder to shoulder with Bekimos. "Be careful. Don't go forward recklessly," Bekimos' voice suddenly sounded. When he saw that Hanshaw was not moving, he pointed to the area in front of them and said, "That's the interplanar transportation matrix of the Abyss realm. It's very dilapidated. Because the planar guardian died, no one knows how to use it." After a long while, Bekimos realized that Hanshaw was not replying. He couldn't help but look at Hanshaw in astonishment. He immediately discovered that Hanshaw's face was filled with shock and incredulity. He asked again, "This is the interplanar transportation matrix you are looking for?" After a moment of hesitation, Bekimos suddenly became a little excited when he saw the peculiar look in Hanshaw's eyes. His voice became gentle and trembling as he asked, You recognize this interplanar transportation matrix?" The ground was littered with white bones and drawings of eccentric high-level undead creatures. The atmosphere of desolation, deathly stillness, and gloom permeated the surface of the structure that had obviously been mostly destroyed. This was another cemetery of death. How could Hanshaw not recognize this place? It was just that this cemetery of death only had a dilapidated wall and a rather intact giant magical transportation matrix. There were no mysterious rooms buried deep into the ground below. Hanshaw, whose heart was filled with astonishment, did not notice the peculiar tone in Bekimos' voice. He nodded and said with certainty, "Of course I recognize it." I really didn't expect it to really be a cemetery of death." Bekimos' green pupils fiercely reflected intense emotional fluctuations when he heard these words. He hastily asked again, "Then, you know how to activate this interplanar transportation matrix?" Hanshaw was somewhat surprised. This time, he heard something different in Bekimos' voice. Bekimos' voice was no longer as hoarse as before due to his agitated emotions. It actually sounded a little more elegant. It sounded like a woman's voice. You're a woman?" Hanshaw asked in disbelief after being stunned for a moment. "No." Bekimos flatly denied. His voice had regained its hoarseness. He stared coldly at Hanshaw and asked, You can activate this interplanar transportation matrix?" "I'll only know after I try," Hanshaw answered after thinking for a moment. "Then go ahead and try. I'll wait." Bekimos seemed somewhat impatient. Han Shoror was astounded. He discovered that Bekimos had become rather strange ever since Han Shoror displayed familiarity with this dilapidated cemetery of death. Not only had his hoarse voice become a little more elegant due to his agitation, but even his indifference towards everything had undergone a tremendous change. Han Shoror understood that Bekimos cared a great deal about this interplanar transportation matrix. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shoror probed, "You need to use this transportation matrix?" After a long silence, Bekimos' green pupils were incomparably complicated. He nodded indifferently and said in a hoarse voice, "Yes, I want to go home." Chapter 578. Go home. Han Shoror cried out in surprise. He stared at Bekimos with sparkling eyes and asked, "You're not from the Abyss Realm either?" Bekimos let out a faint sigh. His green eyes were filled with sentimental reminiscence of the past. He replied in a deep voice, "That's right. Just like you, I'm not from the Abyss Realm either. I've stayed in this place for many years. I don't have a single family or friend here. You've just arrived at the Abyss Realm not too long ago. Perhaps you haven't experienced that kind of endless loneliness yet." Sigh. Han Shoror's curiosity was completely piqued by Bekimos's words. After thinking for a moment, Han Shoror nodded and said, "I understand how you feel. To be separated from another familiar world, that kind of loneliness is indeed very painful." After hearing Han Shoror's words, the distance between Bekimos and Han Shoror seemed to have suddenly shortened a little. Bekimos looked at Han Shoror and continued, "Yes, in another world, there are my friends and family, everything that I'm familiar with. However, in this world, there are all kinds of people and things that are completely foreign to me. For gods like us, worshippers who are as insignificant as ants, there's simply no one I can confide in. The Abyss Realm is a little too small. In a place like this, it might be fine to stay for a year or 10 years. But if you stay for thousands of years, that kind of repeated torment of loneliness, you can try to imagine. Alone in this foreign country, facing the uncivilized abyssal creatures that were as insignificant as ants, and staying for thousands of years." Han Shoror faintly understood how Bekimos felt after imagining for a moment. He knitted his brows and nodded. He suddenly felt very sympathetic towards this Bekimos whose gender he didn't know. After thinking for a moment, Han Shoror said in a deep voice, "I'm indeed familiar with this interplanar transportation matrix. But whether it can be activated or not, I still need to test it before I can be sure. Helping me is the same as helping yourself. You should give it a try as soon as possible. The void isn't a place where you can stay for long," Bekimos said hastily. He became rather anxious and impatient at the mention of interplanar transportation matrices. It was only a matter of time before the stardust current flowed back. Sooner or later, this abyssal valley would be filled with stardust. Han Shoror naturally understood what Bekimos meant. With his powerful consciousness, Han Shoror was completely unafraid of the corrosive effect of the stardust current on his soul. Although Han Shoror had cultivated his consciousness using demonic arts, his two avatars were still low god of death and destruction respectively. Although his spiritual sense was not afraid, it did not mean that the divine souls of his two outer body incarnations were equally fearless of the stardust current. After the outer body incarnations had gained their own souls, they could only hide within Han Shoror's body. He did not dare to risk these two outer body incarnations that he had painstakingly formed without any assurance of success. Therefore, after a brief moment of hesitation, Han Shoror decided to try activating the interplanar transportation matrix in the dilapidated cemetery of death. It was at this moment that several dozen shadows landed behind Han Shoror one after another with whooshing noises. These were the demons that Han Shoror had just subdued. They were too slow and were left behind. Now, all of them had finally arrived. "Stand here and don't move," Han Shoror softly shouted. As soon as those words left his mouth, a fleeting shadow slowly floated out from Han Shoror's chest. It warped in midair and transformed into another Han Shoror. Step by step, the shadow walked towards the cemetery of death. The outer perimeter of the dilapidated cemetery of death was also protected by an invisible boundary. However, it was unknown whether it was because of the passage of time or because it had been damaged before, but compared to the invisible boundary that existed on Profound Continent, this one was much weaker. When Han Shuor's avatar of death approached the invisible boundary, before Han Shuor could make a move, an extremely familiar feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. Before Han Shuor could think further, the deep black magical robe draped over his body suddenly lit up with a soft green radiance. The boundary that enveloped the dilapidated interplanar transportation matrix very amicably split open to form an opening that allowed Han Shuor to pass through. After being startled, Han Shuor abruptly came to his senses. He exclaimed in delight, "So it's his. Haha, this is so much more convenient." From the flickering green radiance of the deep black magical robe, Han Shuor, who was used to activating the cemetery of death on Profound Continent with the skeletal staff, immediately understood that the owner of the deep black magical robe, the mid-god whose soul he had completely melted, was the owner of the cemetery of death in the Abyss realm. What's going on? Bekimo's pupils suddenly shrank when he saw that Han Shuor had effortlessly entered instead of forcibly breaking through the boundary like he did back then. "I've already said that I know a thing or two about this place. Don't worry, I'll take care of it." The avatar of death continued to move forward. However, the main body standing beside Bekimo's suddenly opened its mouth and spoke. "You're a lick too?" Bekimo's stared blankly for a moment before, as though he suddenly recalled something. He stared at Han Shuor and asked. Han Shuor was startled. He turned his head to look at Bekimo's and asked, "How do you know what a lick is?" From all the memories left behind by the owner of the skeletal staff, Han Shuor knew that those who cultivated in the elemental energy of death were also called liches. Those who cultivated in the elemental energy of death to become overgods were also known as Lich Kings. Since Bekimos knew what a Lich was, it meant that he naturally came from a material plane where the concept of gods was extremely clear. "Of course I know. Back then, when I was sent here by my family, I came here together with those liches. This interplanar transportation array was made by that mid-god Lich. We all came here through that transportation array," Bekimos explained naturally. Han Shuor couldn't contain his curiosity after hearing those words. He looked at Bekimos with great interest and asked, "Can you briefly tell me what happened back then?" "Actually, there's not much to say." Bekimos faintly sighed. After thinking for a while, he slowly said, "Since you are also a Lich, you should have also come from a higher material plane. Naturally, you would understand some of the aspirations of the overgod of death and the gods of destruction. In order to obtain more power, the overgod of death and the gods of destruction dispatched their subordinates to spread death and destruction across all material planes. I was one of them. In order to temper me, my family sent me out. Those liches were one of our allies. Our goal was to completely control the Abyss realm. However, when we arrived here, we discovered that there were already powerful beings in the Abyss realm. We could be considered as invaders. In this peculiar valley, we had a great battle with them. Although we were slightly stronger, during the battle, no one could have predicted that there would be such a strange thing as the stellar sand current. In the end, both parties were not aware of the danger and were all enveloped by the stellar sand current. Apart from me, not a single god of the Abyss realm was able to escape. You're really lucky, Han Shuor said as he sized up Bekimos with an odd look. Bekimos' green eyes flashed with a trace of sorrow. He shook his head and sighed, "It's not luck. It's just that my identity was a little special, and my strength was lacking. Back then, I came here purely because my family had mobilized their power to allow me to gain some merits in that expedition. Therefore, I had been observing the development of the situation from afar and did not directly participate in that great battle. As I was an outsider, I could clearly see the changes in Tanai. In the beginning, I didn't understand why the stellar sand current was so frightening. It was only when I discovered that those people were dying one after another that I realized what had happened. Unfortunately, at that time, apart from me who had been observing from afar, everyone else was enveloped by the stellar sand current. My warning came a little too late. I had no choice but to do my best to escape from the abyss. So that's how it is. Han Shuro nodded. His expression when he looked at Bekimos became even weirder. From his words, Han Shuro understood that Bekimos' original identity must have been rather noble. His family clan's strength was certainly not to be underestimated. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stay out of this expedition without fighting, yet still be able to effortlessly fish for merits. After I escaped from this place, I stayed outside and silently observed this place. Gradually, I figured out the operating principle of that stellar sand current. I also tried to re-enter this place a few times. I discovered that for some unknown reason, this battlefield had formed all kinds of boundaries. Even the interplanar transportation matrix deployed by the most powerful Lick had been sealed off. I don't know anything about interplanar transportation matrices, so I couldn't use this broken interplanar transportation matrix to leave the abyss. For so many years, I tried to find every method that could allow me to leave this place, but to no avail. The reason why I told the other four about the existence of the void was because I hoped to borrow their strength to see if I could make more discoveries in this place. However, those four didn't seem to care much about this aspect. All they wanted was to obtain the divine weapons in this place and raise their strength at all costs. After so many years, I have been thoroughly disappointed in them. This time, even if you don't kill them, after leaving this place, I will kill them one by one, Manticore said in a ruthless voice. Why? Han Shuro was stunned. Since I couldn't use interplanar transportation matrices to leave the abyss, I had no choice but to fly out of the abyss and carry out interplanar travel in search of another material plane with high-level creatures and interplanar transportation matrices. However, interplanar travel is too dangerous. Only those who possess high god strength can carry it out. And I am merely a low god. The process of advancing from low god to high god is too long, so long that I am not willing to think about it. But after wasting 1,000 years, I have no other choice but to do this. In the past, I didn't care much about the energy of faith because I hoped that those four demon kings could help me. But since they couldn't help me, I naturally had to take everything that belonged to me so that I could improve faster, Bekim explained indifferently. From his words, it seemed that the four demon kings were merely puppets that he supported. Their fates were in his hands. I believe that you won't have to wait that long. It was at this moment that Han Shuro suddenly said confidently. As soon as those words left his mouth, the interplanar coordinates of the broken ancient interplanar transportation matrix in the cemetery of death suddenly lit up. Chapter 579. At this moment, Bekimos, who had waited bitterly for an unknown number of years, had an astonishing divine radiance in his green eyes. His body trembled uncontrollably. His mouth was agape, but for a moment, he was so excited that he couldn't speak. He could only pant heavily. In the memories left behind by the original owner of the skeletal staff was the method to activate and use an interplanar transportation matrix. The interplanar transportation matrix here was of the same origin as the one in the cemetery of death. There was no difference at all. Moreover, the mid-god divine soul Han Shuro had digested was none other than the owner of this interplanar transportation matrix. Not to mention that Han Shuro was a low god of death. Han Shuro had all the necessary tools. Therefore, Han Shuro, who was well versed in the art of interplanar transportation matrix, could easily activate it. It's activated, it's really activated. Bekimos mumbled to himself after a long while, as though he had just woken up from his immense excitement. He gazed at the interplanar transportation matrix that was constantly flickering with radiance. Han Shuro's heart was also filled with ecstasy. From the transformation of this dilapidated interplanar transportation matrix, Han Shuro clearly knew that there was hope for his return journey. Profound Continent had everything he was familiar with, as well as enemies that were engraved in his bones. Naturally, Han Shuro would never forget that place. And now, with this interplanar transportation matrix of the void, Han Shuro had essentially opened up a pathway between Profound Continent and Dark Continent. Not only could he return to Profound Continent, but he could also return to the Abyss realm through the cemetery of death in the dark forest. What a wonderful thing this was! Bekimos, who was beyond excited, looked at the flickering interplanar transportation matrix and couldn't contain his joy as he said, "I have enough energy ores. As long as I inject the energy ores and make some arrangements, the interplanar transportation matrix can be activated. We should hurry up." Han Shuro nodded and smilingly said, "It seems that we can finally get what we wanted. Thank you very much. I will remember this favor." Bekimos was in an extremely good mood. His voice carried a trace of elegance. "You're welcome." Han Shuro had a strange feeling as he listened to Bekimos' elegant voice. He did not know whether this Bekimos was a man or a woman. Having stayed in the Abyss realm for such a long time, Han Shuro had seen all kinds of bizarre characters. Even Han Shuro was somewhat unable to make out Bekimos' true appearance. "My lord, it's bad. Look up." Bord suddenly shouted at this moment. Startled, Han Shuro and Bekimos raised their heads, only to discover that a bright light had abruptly emerged from the misty sky above their heads. Both of them cried out in unison, "Is the Stardust Current about to return?" Han Shuro hastily asked. Bekimos' eyes were filled with incomparable panic. He anxiously said, "Yes, the return of the Stardust Current is extremely fast. I've waited for too long. I really don't want to wait any longer. What should I do? How long will it take for the Stardust Current to return?" Han Shuro consciousness calmed down and immediately asked. "Very soon, faster than you can imagine. It will definitely arrive before you fill up the energy ores." Bekimos' voice was extremely urgent. "Then what are we waiting for? Leave this place at once." Han Shuro softly shouted. He instructed Bord, Xenia, and the others, "Don't worry about anything. Leave this place at once." Even though he said so, he himself did not move. I can't accept this," Bekimos said in an agitated and furious tone. The avatars of death and destruction abruptly retreated to Bekimos' side, while Han Shuro main body seized the opportunity to enter the interplanar transportation matrix. His avatars of death and destruction simultaneously reached out to support Bekimos and dragged him outside. As they flew, Han Shuro said, "We can't stay here for long. In any case, you've already waited for so long. One more time won't matter." When Han Shuro grasped Bekimos' wrist that was wrapped in green armor, he felt soft and warm, as though the green armor did not exist at all. This gave Han Shuro a strange feeling. Bekimos was agitated. With a jolt of his strength, he shook off Han Shuro's hand and asked anxiously, "Is it possible to set up and activate the interplanar transportation matrix before the Stardust Current returns?" "You said it's impossible. Let's go, we can't stay here any longer," Han Shuro quickly replied. Seeing that the majority of the demons had begun to retreat outside, Han Shuro shouted at Bord and Xenia, "What are you still doing here? Hurry up and return the way we came. Do you really want to die here? Your lordship hasn't moved yet. Your subordinates dare not leave first." Bord and Xenia exchanged glances and replied in unison, "Under my command, there aren't so many rules. Protecting your own life is the most important thing," Han Shuro berated. Soon after, he shouted, "Go." Upon hearing Han Shuro's words and seeing Han Shuro's resolute expression, Bord and Xenia no longer insisted. They bowed towards Han Shuro and flew away behind the demons. "Follow me. We will leave the void for the time being. But we will return very soon. I promise you." Han Shuro's two avatars once again dragged Bekimos. Without saying a word, they pulled him and flew towards the outside. Bekimos finally regained his clarity of mind. He understood that staying in the void would only lead to death. It was precisely because of this that he only took Han Shuro's assurance as comforting words and did not take it to heart. However, when Han Shuro's two avatars dragged him outside, while the other Han Shuro remained calmly at the interplanar transportation matrix, Bekimos was somewhat bewildered. He pointed at Han Shuro's body that was getting further and further away from them and exclaimed in shock, That you, why aren't you leaving? Don't worry. Although that other me isn't strong enough, This stardust current can kill so many gods, but it's useless against me alone, Han Shuro said proudly. Impossible. Bekimos shrieked. He glared at Han Shuro and shouted, no god can escape the corrosion of the stardust current, no one. If that body of yours stays behind, only death awaits you. I know what I'm doing. You don't need to worry. Han Shuro did not explain further. Seeing that Bekimos had begun to fly away, Han Shuro no longer supported him. Gradually, the stardust current seemed to appear in the distance. Han Shuro's two avatars, Bekimos, and Han Shuro's newly accepted believers all hurriedly returned the way they came. In the center of the misty valley in the void, only Han Shuro's avatars remained at the interplanar transportation matrix. Han Shuro, who cultivated in demonic arts, had his consciousness infinitely useful and was completely unaffected by the stardust current. After everyone disappeared, Han Shuro calmly and unhurriedly took out a large amount of magic crystal ores from his space ring. The energy ores Bekimos mentioned were, of course, magic crystal ores that could provide the energy required for the interplanar transportation matrix. The magic crystal ores he took out were of the highest quality and contained a considerable amount of energy. The surroundings of the interplanar transportation matrix were covered with grooves of various sizes, specially used to store magic crystal ores. With his consciousness unafraid of the corrosion of the stardust current, Han Shuro was not in a hurry. He carefully and meticulously placed these magic crystal ores of the highest quality into those grooves. Then, relying on the memory of his consciousness, he began to slowly modify this interplanar transportation matrix. Just as Bekimos had said, the speed at which the stardust current returned was extremely fast. Not long after Bekimos and the others had left, the swift and violent stardust current had already filled up this void valley. The soul-corroding energy naturally began to stir in Han Shuro's consciousness. However, Han Shuro utilized the wondrous abilities of his consciousness to continuously split and reassemble the energy. He was completely unscathed. After a while, with Han Shuro's full concentration, a magical imprint on the interplanar transportation matrix suddenly glowed brilliantly. Han Shuro was overjoyed. He knew that the magical imprint was specially used to input the coordinates of an interplanar plane. Its glowing signified that the energy in the grooves of the interplanar transportation matrix was sufficient to carry out interplanar teleportation. In other words, this interplanar transportation matrix could now be used for real. Every interplanar transportation matrix had its own coordinates. To carry out interplanar teleportation, one would need the coordinates of another destination. This was common knowledge that Han Shuro had long understood. Back when Han Shuro was still on Profound Continent, when he learned from the Calamity Church that the enormous transportation matrix in the Cemetery of Death could carry out interplanar teleportation, he had spent a great deal of time and effort researching that enormous transportation matrix. Naturally, he knew the coordinates of the interplanar transportation matrix in the Cemetery of Death on Profound Continent. Now that the magical imprint on the interplanar transportation matrix had glowed, Han Shuro was overjoyed. He prepared to use the method from his memory to input the coordinates of the interplanar transportation matrix in the Cemetery of Death on Profound Continent with his mental strength. When the overjoyed Han Shuro thought that he would soon be able to return to Profound Continent through the interplanar transportation matrix, he couldn't contain his excitement. Even the fingers of his hands that were still holding a few pieces of magic crystal ores subconsciously bent and trembled in excitement. However, it was at this moment that the entire valley suddenly underwent an unusual change. For some unknown reason, the energy of the countless boundaries, seals, and broken magical matrices that were scattered all over the valley that was once the battlefield of the gods suddenly turned chaotic. They transformed into rays of light that shot towards the only living being in the valley, Han Shuro. Chapter 580. Han Shuro was shocked. Due to the unique environment of this valley where the gods had once fought, some of those who died in the stardust had completely lost their willpower. Their divine souls had retained their pure memories in the valley. There were also some who had a portion of their divine energy strangely condensed into divine essences of various elements. However, the majority of their divine energy was attached to those boundaries and seals. Under the corrosion of the stardust, the divine energy had slowly changed its flavor. The boundaries, seals, and magical matrices that they had created with all their might before their deaths were only to prevent the stardust quicksand from corroding their soul energy. Unfortunately, they were of no use. These cobweb-like boundaries that covered the valley had remained after their deaths. The remnants of their divine energy were still present, but under the corrosion of the stardust quicksand, they had undergone some mysterious changes. At this moment, perhaps due to the return of the stardust current, or due to Han Shuo's activation of the interplanar transportation matrix, the remnant energy within the boundaries and magical matrices that covered the entire valley suddenly transformed into rays of light that surged ferociously towards Han Shuo. Han Shuo, who had turned pale with fright, understood just how terrifying this energy was. He no longer paid any attention to the interplanar transportation matrix beside him and immediately sat cross-legged on the ground. He deployed a protective shield in an instant and completely enveloped his body. Han Shuo's consciousness could withstand the corrosion from the stardust current, but his body might not be able to withstand the terrifying attacks of these energies. Especially since these energies obviously came from different systems, and there were some changes that Han Shuo did not know about. He had no choice but to defend with all his might. Holding his breath and concentrating, Han Shuo adjusted his breathing, heartbeat, and even the rhythm of his blood circulation. The demonic yuan in his body was operated to the extreme, forming rays of black light that flowed on the protective shield. Pa, rays of light that resembled meteors fiercely collided with Han Shuo's protective shield. These energies that had been split into many parts were still extremely terrifying after so many years. One or two was still manageable, but when dozens of them came together, the ferocious impact made Han Shuo want to vomit blood. Not good. Han Shuo was greatly alarmed. From the violent impact of the protective shield, and through his consciousness sensing the thousands of energies around him, Han Shuo knew that he was in great trouble this time. Amidst the crackling sounds, the protective shield that Han Shuo had painstakingly deployed seemed to be on the verge of shattering at any moment. The demonic yuan in his body was also greatly depleted. Judging from this situation, Han Shuo knew that he would not be able to hold on for much longer. The strange energies in the surroundings transformed into rays of light that shot onto Han Shuo's protective shield, blossoming with brilliant light. Indifferently, Han Shuo silently sat in front of the interplanar transportation matrix, exerting all the energy in his body that he could use to constantly inject it into his protective shield, forcibly resisting the attacks of the rays of light. Han Shuo could feel the magical yuan within his body gradually drying up. The source of his power, the demonic infant, also seemed to have no more strength to sustain itself under the enormous consumption. For a moment, Han Shuo was rather at a loss. He thought to himself, this is bad. Is this main body that I rely on for survival going to be destroyed under such circumstances? I can't accept this. Even now, Han Shuo did not lose his composure. At least, there was one thing that Han Shuo could be sure of: even if his body was destroyed, his divine sense would not be obliterated. With this premise in mind, Han Shuo began to think about the possibility of preserving his body at this critical moment, trying to find a way to survive in the most dangerous situation. One demonic technique after another flashed through Han Shuo's mind. Many demonic techniques and demonic nature insights were repeatedly weighed by Han Shuo. Abruptly, Han Shuo's eyes, which had been tightly shut all this time, opened abruptly. A strange luster shone in the depths of his pupils. Poverty leads to change, and change leads to enlightenment. Some vague insights into the Nine Changes realm caused Han Shuo to suddenly come up with a bold idea. Based on his trust and understanding of demonic arts, Han Shuo suddenly made a bold decision. In an instant, the demonic yuan that had been continuously pouring into his protective shield to defend against the strange rays of light was forcibly severed by Han Shuo. In the next moment, the protective shield that had been holding up all this time shattered into specks of light that filled the sky and dissipated like glass. The tens of thousands of rays of light that danced wildly in the sky but ultimately shot towards Han Shoror lost the protection of his protective shield and directly bombarded Han Shoror's body where he was sitting cross-legged. As expected, Han Shoror's skin and flesh were lacerated. The numerous rays of light bombarded Han Shoror's body and immediately inflicted heavy damage on him. His limbs, bones, internal organs, and every corner of his body were instantly drenched in blood. Some of the weaker parts were even penetrated and large chunks of flesh fell off. The remaining demonic yuan was used by Han Shoror to firmly defend the demonic infant, which was the source of his power. As for the other parts of his body, Han Shoror no longer paid attention to them. Amidst the spurting blood, the piercing pain was also unforgettable. The agony of being hacked into pieces was all over his body at this moment. Han Shoror clenched his teeth and held on. He used his demonic yuan to firmly defend the demonic infant. Feeling the wounds on his body, he did not let out a cry of pain. Amidst the spurting blood, the rays of light completely fell on Han Shoror's battered body. The hundreds and thousands of rays of energy did not travel in the same direction. They also collided with each other inside Han Shoror's body. Strange noises continuously sounded from within Han Shoror's body. Han Shoror's entire body began to tremble violently. The pain that was 10 times more intense began to erupt as the various energies battled within his body. Han Shoror, who had been bitterly holding on, could no longer endure it. In this most mystical valley of the Abyss realm, in the center of the divine battlefield enshrouded by the stardust quicksand, Han Shoror suddenly stood up. His entire body was drenched in blood. His body was riddled with holes and chunks of flesh were falling off his body. He raised his head to the sky and howled madly. At this moment, Han Shoror did not look like a human at all. He was like a bloodthirsty demon, a demented demon. Along with the spurting of blood, Han Shoror's extremely tough tendons and meridians also ruptured one by one. Since the beginning of his life, Han Shoror's physical body had suffered serious injuries several times. But never once had it been as thorough as it was now. It could be said that other than the demonic infant that Han Shoror was protecting with all his might, every single cell in Han Shoror's body was being destroyed by the hundreds and thousands of rays of energy that were fighting against each other. Han Shoror's ferocious and terrifying howls came out of his mouth, but no one could hear them. Gradually, it was as though all the mutated energies left behind by the boundaries and seals of the entire valley had transformed into rays of light that shot towards Han Shoror's body. Han Shoror's crazed howls grew weaker and weaker as his demonic yuan diminished. After an unknown period of time, the stardust quicksand that had enveloped the entire valley finally disappeared amidst the high-speed flow. For some reason, the white mist that had lingered in the valley all year long no longer existed. Not a single one of the boundaries and seals that had densely covered the valley like a spider's web was left behind. The broken magical matrices were still there, but they had forever lost the support of energy. The valley now seemed to have lost its miraculous power after the return of the stardust quicksand current, and there was no longer any danger. In the center of the valley, in front of the interplanar transportation matrix, a body that did not seem to be human was still gently wriggling amidst the dripping blood and flesh. After an unknown period of time, that gently wriggling body slowly came to a stop. It was as if this person who had been struggling with all his might had truly lost all signs of life. However, the blood that had covered the ground was strangely flowing back for some unknown reason, as if it was being drawn by an invisible force, bit by bit, drop by drop. It was being sucked by that body that did not seem to be human. Large chunks of flesh were on top of the blood. It was extremely strange. The blood seemed to have become a moving bloody cloth, dragging the pieces of flesh and broken tendons towards the horrifying body in the center. Then, it slowly adhered to that body again. In the body, inside the countless bloody holes, rays of light slowly split and quickly recombined, gradually twisting into a new force that swam in the body in a mysterious trajectory, and finally gathered in the lower abdomen. The strange changes continued, and the bloody holes were quickly healing at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. Blood, flesh, tendons, cells, everything that had been lost was growing again in the body. That recombined new force was injected into the blood, flesh, tendons, and cells bit by bit. It made the most basic units that made up the body become unprecedentedly strong and tough. This process was very slow, and it lasted for a very long time. Perhaps it was a day, or perhaps it was a year, however, it was finally completed. The person was still the same person, and there was no change in his appearance or body. However, there was no longer a trace of blood or a piece of flesh beside him, as if the tragic scene that had just happened in Tanai's body was just an illusion that had appeared out of thin air. With the spread of his divine sense, everything in the entire valley was reflected in Han Shuo's mind without any obstruction. His eyes were calm, but his heart was filled with great joy. Destruction and construction. It was only now that he truly understood the beauty of this sentence. 9 changes, 9 changes. It really requires a crazy mutation to produce a qualitative change. Han Shuo lowered his head to look at the interplanar transportation matrix behind him, then looked up at the sky. He hesitated for a moment, and first circled the valley at high speed. His space ring flashed, as if he was collecting something. After a while, he suddenly turned into a strange light, and with a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to catch, he flew out of the abyss. Chapter 581. Outside the void, Bekimo's green eyes were filled with complicated emotions as he gazed at the stardust current that blocked the entrance. Not far from him, Han Shuo's 2 avatars appeared unperturbed, as though they weren't worried in the slightest. Sigh. A sigh sounded from Bekimo's mouth. Han Shuo's avatar of death shot a glance at the sighing Bekimos and said with a faint smile, "You have waited for so many years. Why are you so impatient now? You are not me. You still cannot fully understand my feelings. I have told you that there is no need to wait for the next opening of the void. I have a way to bring you into the void. I still find it hard to imagine. You will see." Han Shuo kept silent for a moment before he suddenly asked, "What kind of material plane is your homeworld?" "It is a high-level material plane. There are many mighty characters there, experts beyond your imagination." After a short pause, Bekimos stared at Han Shuo and continued, "My homeworld is a material plane overflowing with gods. If you wish to advance further, you will come into contact with it sooner or later." Han Shuo nodded and pondered for a moment. Soon after, he said with a faint smile, "Perhaps, after I have settled some matters, I will pay your homeworld a visit." During this period of time, Han Shuo and Bekimos had conversed quite a bit. From Bekimos, Han Shuo learned some things that he had not known before. He understood that the material plane Bekimos resided in was a high-level material plane where gods congregated. The more Han Shuo learned about that material plane, the more astonished he became. There was no doubt that Bekimos' homeworld had more experts than Profound Continent and the Abyss Realm. Their relationships were also more complicated. For an expert like Han Shuo who was gradually advancing in strength and foresight, it was extremely attractive. However, before the issue of Profound Continent was resolved, Han Shuo would not have any other thoughts. "If you come, I will help you." Bekimos looked at Han Shuo and made a promise, "My family still has some status. As long as I return, I can still have a say." Han Shuo smiled and nodded, thinking that with Bekimos' words, he would at least be able to assimilate into that plane of existence much faster if he really did arrive there in the future. From the looks of it, helping Bekimos this time around would indeed be beneficial. "Right, how much longer do we have to wait?" Bekimos asked. "Soon. I've ordered my subordinates to look for the things they need to look for, and the things that need to be done are basically done." During this period of time, Han Shuo's avatar of death could feel thousands upon thousands of strands of faith power slowly flowing into his divine body. This made him understand that after Borde, Xenia, and the others had left, they had indeed started to reclaim the former subjects of the 4 great demon kings according to his instructions. With the death of the 4 great demon kings, those demons who had received the light of faith from Han Shuo in the void became the most powerful group of people in the 4 demon kings cities. These people were either the lords of a city or the guards under the direct command of the 4 great demon kings. With them helping Han Shoror take care of everything, Han Shoror would naturally be able to reap the fruits of his labor without having to worry about it himself. After I leave this place, you can also take over all my people and cities. I won't mind, Bekimos said in a deep voice as he looked at Han Shoror. Han Shoror was stunned. He creased his brows and asked, "That's the power of faith. It's beneficial to your cultivation. Why are you giving it to me? Consider it my thanks for activating the interplanar transportation matrix and finding my way home," Bekimos explained. Seeing that Han Shoror was still puzzled, Bekimos' eyes flickered for a moment before he said, "In order to get the 4 great demon kings to help me, I was willing to give them 4/5 of the Abyss realm. Why would I care about a mere 1/5 of the territory?" After a pause, Bekimos continued, "A material plane with different beliefs is bound to erupt into conflict. It's fine to leave everything to you. But that power of faith can increase your divine power and domain of divinity." Han Shoror stared fixedly at Bekimos and continued in a deep voice, "Back then, didn't you travel thousands of miles to obtain all the faith in this place? Didn't we already obtain it?" Bekimos countered. Han Shoror was stunned once again. He looked at Bekimos and asked, "What do you mean? You are a lich who cultivates in the elemental energy of death. You know how to use that interplanar transportation matrix. Everything you have obtained here is more or less the same." After a pause, Bekimos looked at Han Shoror and said with certainty, "You have 2 bodies. One cultivates in the elemental energy of death, the other in the edict of destruction. Sooner or later, you will be one of us." "That's not necessarily true." Han Shoror was startled. Soon after, he smiled and shook his head in a non-committal manner. "Once this interplanar transportation matrix is activated, this place will once again be discovered by others. I will naturally explain everything that happened in the Abyss after I return. At that time, some higher-ups will definitely send people to make contact with you. Both of your bodies are on our side. You can't avoid it." Bekimos' green eyes glistened. Seeing that Han Shoror was gradually understanding his meaning, he sighed and said, "I'm telling you all this so that you know what to do. When the time comes, you will eventually have to make a choice." Han Shoror nodded indifferently. With a calm expression, he said, "This place is mine. No one can take it away from me. As for my stance, I will have to see the situation clearly when the time comes." From the information revealed by Bekimos, Han Shoror vaguely understood some things. Coupled with some of the secrets he learned from the skeletal staff, he naturally understood what the overgods of death and destruction had done. Since he cultivated in the elemental energy of death and the edict of destruction, it seemed as though his stance was predetermined from the very beginning. However, apart from that, his main cultivation was demonic arts that had already reached the 9 changes realm. As the conversation continued, Han Shoror gradually understood more things from Bekimos. Han Shoror had an idea of what might happen in the future. He also understood that if he made good use of the powers of the 2 overgods, it would be extremely useful to him in the future. Therefore, he couldn't help but be more calculative. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. On this day, Han Shoror and Bekimos were discussing the application of the Edict of Destruction. Most of the time, it was Bekimos who elaborated while Han Shoror played the role of a listener. Occasionally, Han Shoror, who had gathered several types of evil energies in one body, would also come up with his own unique insights. Even Bekimos was greatly astonished by Han Shoror's unique insight. "He's almost here," Han Shoror's avatar of death suddenly said. "He's finally here." Bekimos' eyes were filled with uncontrollable excitement. He stared at Han Shoror and asked impatiently, "When will the other you arrive?" "He arrived a long time ago." Han Shoror smiled mysteriously. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly dashed out from the stardust current in front of him. As soon as Han Shoror's body arrived, his 2 avatars moved simultaneously. 2 rays of light flashed and simultaneously concealed themselves within Han Shoror's body. "It's been a few days." "You've been in the Stardust Current all this time?" Bekimos asked in astonishment, his face filled with disbelief. Han Shoror nodded and smilingly replied, "My main body has undergone some changes. I need some peace and time to gradually adapt to the new changes." Bekimos gazed at Han Shoror. After a moment of silence, he suddenly said, "I feel that the current you is stronger than the previous one. Much, much stronger." Han Shoror smiled and said nothing. He thought to himself, advancing from the carnal realm to the nine changes realm is a qualitative change. The growth in strength is definitely several times greater. For the time being, Han Shoror still didn't know what kind of strength his main body at the nine changes realm possessed. However, the terrifying destructive power of the demonic art's secret techniques he was currently comprehending had filled Han Shoror's heart with confidence. After a while, a soft cry suddenly sounded from afar. Soon after, amidst the rustling sounds, a group of people gradually approached from afar and gradually revealed themselves amidst the lush vegetation. At the front were Bord and Xenia, followed by Jasper, Sanguinar, Hemana, and Sylph. The few people that Han Shoror remembered in the Abyss realm were all present. Bord and Xenia wore respectful and cautious expressions. Along the way, their attitudes were very humble. As for Jasper, Sanguinar, Hemana, and Sylph, each and every one of them looked indescribably excited. When they arrived before Han Shoror, Jasper's bright eyes stared fixedly at Han Shoror and asked in a trembling voice, "That matter, is it true?" "Master, the matter that Lord Bord said, could it be true?" Sanguinar was also incomparably excited. He immediately asked after arriving. Although Hemana and Sylph did not open their mouths to ask, the astonishment in their eyes was incomparably intense. Their delicate bodies trembled slightly, as though they couldn't quite believe that something had just happened. Han Shoror stared blankly at first. When he saw their expressions, his heart jolted and he immediately understood what they were asking about. With a smile on his face, Han Shoror nodded and affirmed, "From today onwards, I am your god. The 4 great demon kings are dead. Everything they used is now mine." After a short pause, Han Shoror cast a faint smile at Bekimos and continued, "Before long, even Lord Bekimos' territory will be mine. In other words, the entire Abyss realm, everyone and everything will be mine." Chapter 582. Outside the Abyss, a wide-open space was filled with colorful banners. The ravines on the ground formed a complicated and abstruse irregular pattern. Streaks of bloody shadows danced in the air. Han Shoror stood in the middle of it all, eyes closed, not uttering a single word. He just kept shooting out beams of light from his hands, landing on the banners that were scattered all over the ground. A gloomy and chilling aura slowly overflowed from the banners. A bizarre energy attached itself to the bloody shadows and gradually converged into the ravine ahead. Suddenly, a shrill and terrifying howl resounded from the ravine. Evil light shone brilliantly from within, as though something was undergoing a transformation. Outside, Bekimos, Bord, Xenia, and the others stared at the transformation in bewilderment. They had absolutely no idea what was going on. Only Sanguinar, Han Shoror's disciple, had a vague idea of what was going on because Han Shoror had taught him the general knowledge of demonic arts. "What is Han Shoror doing?" Jasper's brows were slightly knitted as she mumbled to herself. "Master is refining a weapon," Sanguinar answered softly when he heard Jasper's muttering. Everyone, including Bekimos, who heard Sanguinar's words, suddenly turned to look at Han Shoror. Their eyes brimmed with curiosity. Jasper asked, "Refining a weapon? What is refining a weapon?" "It's more or less the same as forging a weapon, but much more complicated. Apart from some special materials, one also needs demonic yuan and blood essences. It's very miraculous," Sanguinar explained subconsciously as he looked somewhat excitedly at Han Shoror, who was shooting out arrows of blood from his fingers. Everyone around him was still baffled by Sanguinar's explanation. Even the last great demon king of the Abyss realm, Bekimos, was deeply frowning as he did not understand what was going on. Sanguinar did not say anything else. His eyes glistened as he concentrated on Han-Shoror, refining a demonic weapon with his mind. He imprinted every gesture and incantation of Han-Shoror deeply into his mind. Can we really pass through the stardust current? Bekimos asked herself inwardly, her green eyes fixed on the mysterious and unfathomable Han-Shoror, pinning all her hopes on Han-Shoror. Han-Shoror is too magical. He always has some incredible performances. Ever since Hemana and Sylph learned that Han-Shoror had become the Lord of the Abyss Realm, their admiration for Han-Shoror had reached new heights. In their hearts, Han-Shoror was omnipotent and the most powerful being in the world. Suddenly, a few beams of dazzling light shot out of Han-Shoror's body and landed in the gully beside him. In the blink of an eye, those gullies seemed to connect into lines amidst the light. A few glittering objects, sparkling with dazzling radiance, shot around Han-Shoror's body. Streaks of bloody shadows in the surroundings shot onto those objects. In just a moment, those objects had all landed in Han-Shoror's palm. Han-Shoror, who had been keeping his eyes closed all this time, suddenly opened his eyes and smiled faintly. Han-Shoror's body blurred as he flew in a circle. The colorful banners around him all disappeared into his space ring. In a flash, Han-Shoror appeared beside Bekimos. He took out a sparkling and translucent bracelet and handed it to Bekimos. He said, "With this, it won't be difficult for me to pass through the stardust current." Bekimos was baffled. He reached out to receive the seemingly ordinary trinket and asked doubtfully, "Such a small thing can allow me to pass through the stardust current?" Nodding, Han-Shoror confidently said, "Don't worry, it will definitely work. This is called a soul ring. It can protect your soul from being corroded by external forces. However, time is limited and you will need to pass through quickly. How can I believe you?" Bekimos did not use the soul ring so easily. He gently caressed the soul ring with his fingers and sized up Han-Shoror with uncertainty. "It's up to you whether you believe me or not." We will go first. You can weigh the pros and cons yourself," Han-Shoror said with a faint smile. Soon after, he told Bekimos how to use the soul ring. It wasn't difficult to refine such a small demonic artifact. If Han-Shoror wanted to, he could refine it and use it repeatedly. It was just that Han-Shoror now considered the Abyss Realm as his personal territory and didn't want any gods to easily enter. Since this was the only interplanar transportation matrix and there happened to be a natural barrier in the form of the stardust current, Han-Shoror would definitely make good use of it. While Bekimos held the soul ring in silence, Han-Shoror took out a few more, handed them to Sanguinar, Jasper, Hemana, and Sylph respectively, and explained in detail how to use the soul ring. "My lord, we can also leave with you." Bord took a step forward, knelt on one knee in front of Han-Shoror, and pleaded. Han-Shoror shook his head smilingly and said, "That won't be necessary for the time being. The two of you are the closest to me. You two will stay in the Abyss Realm and help me take care of things. Accept the faith of all the people of the Abyss Realm. Don't worry, I might return very soon. At that time, I will bring the two of you along with me to help me eradicate some enemies." With the current situation on Profound Continent unclear, Han-Shoror wasn't in a hurry to let Bord and Xenia leave with him. Once they arrived at Profound Continent without a hitch, the Abyss Realm would be akin to Han-Shoror's enormous back garden. By then, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. The most crucial thing right now was to settle everything in the Abyss Realm and change the faith of the people. "Yes, my lord." Bord did not say anything else after hearing Han-Shoror's explanation. "The two of you can leave first. Wipe out all the forces in the Abyss Realm." "The next time I come, I hope that the Abyss Realm will no longer have the strength to resist," Han-Shoror nodded and instructed. Bord and Xenia did not say anything else. They respectfully bowed to Han-Shoror and silently flew away. Han-Shoror raised his head to look at the starry quicksand in midair. His two avatars, each holding a soul ring, suddenly flew out. Just as Han-Shoror was about to enter, Han-Shoror saw that Bekimos was still hesitating. After thinking for a moment, Han-Shoror suddenly raised his voice and asked, "Are you leaving or not?" Bekimos kept silent. His green eyes flickered as he looked at the starry quicksand. Hanshor understood that Bekimos wasn't afraid that Hanshor would intentionally harm him. Rather, it was because he was too terrified of the might of the starry quicksand and couldn't trust the soul ring refined by Hanshor. Master, he's not leaving. Let's leave first. Ever since Sanguinar had followed Hanshor and experienced a bloody massacre, he had grown bolder and bolder. Now, he was actually not that afraid of the great demon King Bekimos. Sanguinar's body was indeed extraordinary. His tenacious will was gradually manifesting. In contrast, Jasper and the others who had followed Hanshor for a longer period of time still had fear on their faces when facing Bekimos. Jasper, Hemana, and Sylph carefully held the soul ring and raised their heads to look at the starry quicksand. There was still some fear in their eyes. Women are indeed women. When faced with such a situation, they are indeed not as courageous as men. Hanshor sighed inwardly. After thinking for a moment, Hanshor instructed Sanguinar, use your soul ring. I will bring you to the starry quicksand for a spin. Yes, master. Sanguinar was as bold as the heavens. Despite clearly knowing the terror of the starry quicksand, he immediately agreed. Under everyone's attentive gazes, Sanguinar bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the soul ring. With a flash of blood-red light, the soul ring concealed itself within Sanguinar's body with a whoosh. Soon after, a faint halo abruptly flashed from Sanguinar's head. Hanshor grabbed Sanguinar and abruptly dropped his body into the starry quicksand. As soon as the two entered, rays of light fiercely shot out from Sanguinar's head. The shining halo on his head seemed to obstruct the erosion of some kind of power. I'm fine. Did you see that? Sanguinar's mouth curved into a mocking smile as he shouted at Bekimos. Bekimos's green eyes were filled with shock as he exclaimed, "He's actually fine. Unbelievable, unbelievable. What are you waiting for?" Hanshor softly shouted. Bekimos no longer doubted Hanshor's words. Following Hanshor's instructions, he activated his soul ring and abruptly shot it towards the starry quicksand. Jasper and the other two girls also did not hesitate. Together with Hanshor's two avatars, they activated their soul rings and shot them towards the starry quicksand. One figure after another shot into the starry quicksand. With Hanshor's body leading the way, they once again headed towards the abyss. After traveling for a while, everyone safely passed through the entrance blocked by the starry quicksand. Amidst the exclamations of amazement, they spent some time to return to the Abyss Valley where the interplanar transportation matrix was located. What's going on? What happened? Bekimos asked Hanshor with a look of astonishment on his face as he gazed at the valley where the mist of the boundary seal had completely vanished. It's nothing. Perhaps I was swept away by the starry quicksand once and temporarily lost my power. Hanshor casually explained. He reactivated the interplanar transportation matrix and said to Bekimos, "Tell me the coordinates of your hometown's interplanar transportation matrix." Bekimos eagerly reported an extremely long string of numbers. Soon after, Bekimos impatiently walked into the matrix. Before the transmission matrix was activated, Bekimos said, "Hanshor, if you ever come to my hometown, remember to find me using the method I gave you." Understood. Hanshor waved his hand in a carefree manner. Just as he was about to send Bekimos off, he smiled and asked, "One last question. Are you a man or a woman? What do you think?" Bekimos' green eyes seemed to be smiling. His voice was elegant and pleasing to the ear. He seemed to be in a good mood. Just as I expected. Hanshor smiled faintly and helped Bekimos activate the transportation matrix. Amidst the dazzling radiance, the surrounding space distorted for a moment. "Let's go too." After refilling the matrix with magic crystal ores, Hanshor, Jasper and the others stood in front of the interplanar transportation matrix and activated it. Chapter 583. A ray of light flashed and the scenery around him changed. Although he was prepared, when Han Shoror saw the familiar surroundings, he couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. He immediately let out a long laugh in the cemetery of death. I'm back. Beneath his feet was that enormous interplanar transportation matrix. Beside it were several storerooms. Outside the wide-open door was the perpetually gloomy sky, the dense element of death, and the ground was covered with white bones. That's right, this is the cemetery of death. Sanguinar, Jasper, and the others walked down from the interplanar transportation matrix. They looked around curiously and clicked their tongues in wonder. Master, is this your hometown? Sanguinar asked as he looked at the white bones on the ground and savored the smell of the air. Yes, but this place is completely shrouded by a boundary. The outside world is the original appearance of this world. Han Shoror couldn't contain his joy. After thinking for a moment, he instructed, I don't know how long I've been gone either. You guys stay here for the time being. I want to take a look at the current situation on Profound Continent. When I have familiarized myself with this place, I will come back and take you away. Jasper, Sanguinar, and the others didn't have any objections to Han Shoror's words. They had long noticed that Han Shoror was excited and knew that Han Shoror was eager to find out the changes in this world after he left. After giving a few instructions to Jasper and the others, Han Shoror had them all leave the interplanar transportation matrix. He once again stood at the center of the transportation matrix and activated it in a small-scale manner. With a flash of light, Han Shoror vanished from the cemetery of death and arrived at a secret chamber excavated deep beneath the City Lord's mansion in Brettel City. The short-range magical matrix formed by the few magical sticks was right beneath the Earth Elite Zombies excavation. After Han Shoror looked around, he discovered that not much had changed. After walking out from the secret chamber, Han Shoror unfolded his consciousness and immediately took in the entirety of Brettel City. Han Shoror didn't know how long he had been gone, but from Han Shoror's observation, Brettel City was obviously more prosperous and powerful than when he left. With a thought, Han Shoror suddenly appeared in the central meeting hall of the City Lord's mansion. Dorcas, Jack, Dick, Fork, Helentina, and the others were in the middle of a heated discussion in the meeting hall when a strange light suddenly flashed past. An imposing figure appeared in the middle of the hall. These leaders of Brettel City were startled. Just as they were about to berate the intruder, they were all dumbfounded. Each and every one of them looked at Han Shoror standing in the center with disbelief. The heated discussions came to an abrupt halt. There's an assassin, take him down. A young, unfamiliar guard captain at the door suddenly let out a shrill howl and charged at Han Shoror without a care for his own safety. Two figures suddenly shot out of nowhere and rushed toward Han Shoror with a murderous aura. They were Elizabeth and Bollands, who cultivated the god-slaying devil path. The two had been hiding in the dark all along. When they sensed the powerful energy coming from the meeting hall, they immediately flew out from the shadows. However, when the two were halfway to the meeting hall, they saw clearly who the intruder was. They forcibly halted their swift and violent momentum and kowtowed in front of Han Shoror with incomparable excitement. Looking at Han Shoror, the two trembled from head to toe, but didn't know what to say for a moment. When the guard captain who didn't know Han Shoror saw the two old monsters, Elizabeth and Bollands, suddenly kneeling before Han Shoror, he thought that he had been murdered. He felt a chill in his heart. He knew that he probably wouldn't be able to escape this calamity. However, he still didn't retreat. His sword glinted with silver light as it fiercely stabbed at Han Shoror. Stop! All of a sudden, all the leaders of Brettel City in the meeting hall reacted at the same time and shouted. The guard captain was greatly startled by the violent shout in the meeting hall. Before he could react, Elizabeth had already pressed him down with lightning speed and forced him to kneel before Han Shoror. You blind fool! You even dare to attack the city lord? Are you tired of living? Elizabeth glowered at the guard captain and cursed. The guard captain didn't seem to react for a moment. He said blankly, City Lord? I thought Brettel City doesn't have a city lord. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something. When he saw the respect in the eyes of Elizabeth and Bollands, his body trembled and he said in a trembling voice, Please forgive me, my lord. Please forgive me. Han Shor waved his hand and didn't reply. He merely looked at everyone in the meeting hall. From Jack to Fork, Han Shor noticed that there were some obvious changes in everyone. However, the changes weren't too drastic. That big fatty Jack had actually grown a beard. He looked much more mature than before. He naturally exuded the aura of a person of high status. Dorcas was still as solemn as ever. His face was filled with the unswerving determination of having weathered many hardships. Helentina was still as beautiful as ever. Her fiery eyes were looking at Han Shor as though she wanted to melt Han Shor. After looking at everyone, Han Shor heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He knew that he hadn't been away for too long. Ever since he returned to Profound Continent, Han Shor had always been a little afraid. Back when he was in the space-time discontinuum, Han Shor had a feeling that time and space were in disarray. He feared that the time he spent in the Abyss Realm had accelerated too much for the gears of time on Profound Continent. If the time difference between the two material planes was too great, and he returned to Profound Continent only to find that everyone he was familiar with had died of old age, it would be an unbearable blow to him. Therefore, ever since he returned to Profound Continent, he had been worried about this. Looking at the faces of the crowd, although there had been some changes, it seemed that not too much time had passed. Han Shor heaved a genuine sigh of relief. How long have I been gone? Under the excited gazes of the crowd, Han Shor put on a faint smile and finally took the initiative to speak. 5 years. It's been another 5 years. You punk, where the hell have you been this time? Jack suddenly shrieked. His fat body stomped towards Han Shor, his fist fiercely pounding on Han Shor's chest, as though trying to express the excitement of reuniting with Han Shor after such a long time. Although the others were also indescribably excited, they only expressed their emotions through their expressions and eyes. They did not vent their emotions with their actions like Jack. After all, Jack and Han Shor had known each other since they were in the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. The relationship between the two was deeper than the others. Although Helentina, the beautiful magus who had long considered herself to be Han Shor's woman, was also intimate with Han Shor, she was too embarrassed to throw herself into Han Shor's embrace in public. She could only use the fiery passion in her eyes to tell Han Shor how excited she was. 5 years, luckily it's only 5 years. Hee. Han Shor laughed heartily as he allowed Jack to pound on his chest. Only 5 years. How many 5 years does a person have? You scoundrel, you threw such a big mess to us, yet you don't care about it at all. You disappear for a few years when you have nothing better to do. That's too much. After pounding for a while, Jack saw that Han Shor was indifferent and his fat hands were aching faintly. He had no choice but to give up on venting his emotions. He glared fiercely at Han Shor and complained. Suddenly, 2 figures flew over from afar. Han Shor knitted his brows and looked outside in surprise. In the blink of an eye, the 2 figures had already arrived at the meeting hall. It was the rank 5 Emperor of the Flames and the old monster Statholm. When the 2 saw Han Shor appear, they were obviously even more shocked than Han Shor. They looked at Han Shor in disbelief. I thought you were already killed by the 6-horned tribal king of the soul race? Han Shor and the old monster Statholm said in unison as they looked at each other. As soon as they finished speaking, the 2 looked at each other in dismay. Soon after, they burst into laughter. Where's my child? Where did you take my child? The Emperor of the Flames yelled at Han Shor with her shrewish voice as soon as she arrived. Han Shor was stunned. He looked at the shrewish Emperor of the Flames and the handsome Statholm with a bitter smile and asked, Why are you 2 here? What happened after I left? It's a long story. The old monster Statholm put on a faint smile. He looked at the crowd of Brettel City in the meeting hall and said, 3 years ago, a great war that engulfed the entire continent erupted on Profound Continent. Many interesting things have happened over the past few years. Currently, the entire continent is in the flames of war driven by some people with ulterior motives. It's a long story. Hey, kid, hurry up and tell me, where's my child? The Emperor of the Flames, who was concerned about Fire Elite Zombie, started to yell again. Since this shrewish Emperor of the Flames was in Brettel City, Han Shaw believed that he must have helped Brettel City a lot over the years. The rank 5 Emperor of the Flames was a demigod existence. Even after 5 years, he was still a demigod existence. However, once Fire Elite Zombie, who was currently digesting a low god of fire elemental energy, completely digested Cecrop's energy, he would absolutely surpass the rank 5 Emperor of the Flames. He's currently cultivating and will be able to see you after some time. After a short pause, Han Shaw looked at the shrewish middle-aged woman with a beaming smile and said, "The next time you see him, you will discover how much he has changed, much more than you can imagine." PH, deliberately mystifying things. "I'm going back first. Take good care of that kid for me." The rank 5 Emperor of the Flames seemed to have come to the meeting hall to protect the crowd. But when she saw that the person who came was Han Shaw, she lost all interest and flew out at top speed again after finishing those words. From the behavior of Elizabeth and Bollands, as well as the arrival of Statholm the Old Monster and the Lord of the Flames, Han Shaw knew that Brettel City wasn't as secure and stable as he had imagined. It seemed that they were guarding against something. "Statholm, tell me about the current situation." Han Shaw bunched his brows and asked the Old Monster. Chapter 584. For the next 5 years, Profound Continent was engulfed in the flames of war. Lancelot Empire, Cossi Empire, Brut Merchant Alliance, Angela Empire, Odin Empire, and many other empires, big or small, all participated in this war. The original 7 Grand Duchies were successfully occupied by Lancelot Empire's sudden attack and Helentina and Bert Zilli's secret rebellion. Odin Empire, the strongest empire on the continent, joined forces with Cossi Empire and continuously expanded their territory. Many small countries in the vicinity were nibbled away by the two empires. Even the other Angela Empire had occupied more than half of its territory. The Brut Merchant Alliance was also in a precarious situation. They had to painstakingly resist the encroachment of Odin Empire. Not long after Lancelot Empire occupied the 7 Grand Duchies, it welcomed the invasion of the Empire of Orcs. This time, the offensive of the Empire of Orcs was much more ferocious than in previous years. Firenze, the commander of the Howling Legion, found it extremely difficult to defend the southern border. Most of Lancelot Empire's military forces were stationed at the southern border. The Empire of Orcs kept attacking at the southern border, while Cossi Empire took the opportunity to attack Lancelot Empire. Lancelot Empire, which had taken down the 7 Grand Duchies with great difficulty, simply did not have the time to digest the aftermath of the war before it suffered heavy losses from being attacked from both front and back. The unbridled invasion of the Orcs caused the citizens of the Empire to panic. On the contrary, Brettel City was relatively stable. Under the management of Jack, Dorcas, and the others, the city became more and more prosperous. The territory that originally belonged to the 7 Grand Duchies was now managed by Jack, Dorcas, and the others. Among them, Dorcas's military talent had been recognized by everyone. He had become a military genius of Brettel City who was on par with Firenze. Brettel City and the 7 Grand Duchies were a natural barrier to the east of Lancelot Empire, facing the threat of the Brut Merchant Alliance. For the past few years, due to the constant pressure from the mighty Odin Empire, the Brut Merchant Alliance and Brettel City lived in harmony. They even secretly cooperated with each other to resist the mighty threat of Odin Empire. Through Statholm's description, Han Shaw gradually gained a better understanding of the overall situation on Profound Continent. Han Shaw also slowly sorted out the relationships between countries. After Statholm described the situation of the continent, Han Shaw frowned and began to carefully observe the old monster Statholm. Statholm the Old Monster had completely digested the origin crystal of fighting aura many years ago. Now, his soul had fused with the origin crystal of fighting aura. Although he had yet to reach the realm of base god, he wasn't far from it. At Han Shaw's realm, He understood that the fighting aura cultivated on Profound Continent did not belong to the 12 mainstream forces. Light, darkness, earth, fire, wind, water, lightning, death, the 8 elemental forces, and fate, space, time, life, and destruction, the 4 elemental forces, were the 4 elemental forces. Combat aura was a type of power that was formed from a mixture of light and air. Similar to the summoning element and Didara's plunder ability, it was an unorthodox type of power. However, perhaps due to the fact that fighting aura contained the element of light, in addition to the fact that air was one of the more abundant elements, there were quite a few people who cultivated in the energy of fighting aura on various material planes. Apart from the 12 fundamental forces, the energy of fighting aura was the most populous. Back when Han Shuro was in Tarag Canyon and encountered the soul race, he had seen 12 energy spheres that could fuse with souls. However, those 12 spheres did not correspond to the 12 fundamental forces. For instance, the 2 relatively special energies of life and fate were not present in those 12 spheres. Instead, there was the energy of fighting aura cultivated by Statholm the Old Monster, and the energy of summoning. Although fighting aura was not one of the 12 fundamental forces, the fact that there were quite a number of people who cultivated it on various material planes proved that this energy had its own uniqueness. It seemed that Statholm the Old Monster's luck was pretty good. Not only did he successfully evade the pursuit of the 6-horned tribal king of the soul race, but he also successfully fused the energy sphere with his soul. Did the Church of Light and Calamity Church make any big moves in recent years? How did you escape the pursuit of that 6-horned tribal king back then? Also, why are you here? After Statholm described the current situation on the continent, Han Shuro pondered for a moment and asked again. The old monster casually pulled a chair and sat down. When he saw that Han Shuro was still standing there proudly, he gestured for Han Shuro to sit opposite him. Only then did he explain, back then, that 6-horned tribal king had a great battle with that saintess at the sacred mountain of the Church of Light. After the two of us parted, I immediately went to the northernmost region of the continent to cultivate. I'm not sure what happened after that, but that 6-horned tribal king did not come looking for me. After a short pause, Statholm looked at Han Shuro and continued, what happened after that was much simpler. After my soul fused with the crystal of fighting aura, that 6-horned tribal king could no longer find me. At that time, the 7 Grand Duchies had already been occupied by the Lancelot Empire, and you were the master of Brettel City. Therefore, I couldn't say much. However, I was, after all, the state preceptor of the Verdun dynasty, and the citizens of the 7 Grand Duchies were also my citizens. Therefore, I decided to stay in the 7 Grand Duchies, which could be considered as doing my best. After hearing Statholm's words, Han Shuro nodded to indicate that he understood. Statholm the Old Monster had been the protector of the 7 Grand Duchies for many years. Even though the 7 Grand Duchies had been recovered by the Lancelot Empire, Statholm was the only one within the 7 Grand Duchies. He believed that the Lancelot Empire and Brettel City would not do anything to the citizens of the 7 Grand Duchies out of respect for him. Have the Calamity Church and the Church of Light been peaceful these past few years? Han Shuro asked again. The old monster forced a smile and shook his head. He looked at Han Shuro and said, the incessant wars on Profound Continent these days have very strong religious influences behind them. The Calamity Church, the Church of Light, the Shrine of Ice, and the Druidic Order, these 4 major religious organizations on Profound Continent, not only have they all participated in the wars, there are also some other small religions in disarray. The Odin Empire, the strongest on the continent, is strongly supported by the Church of Light. Following the Odin Empire's conquest of various countries, the number of believers of the Church of Light has also increased. Kossi Empire is backed by the Shrine of Ice, Angela Empire is backed by the Calamity Church, and your Lancelot Empire is currently supported by the Druidic Order. The way I see it, the reason why the flames of war on Profound Continent are being incited is because of the 4 major religions. After experiencing the Abyss Realm and becoming a god, Han Shuro had a clear understanding of the struggles between the 4 major religions. He naturally understood that the struggle between the four major religions was inseparable from the competition for the power of faith. Han Shuo reckoned that the Calamity Church was a little more ruthless. This kind of incessant slaughter, destruction, and death should be exactly what they were happy to see. It seems that there are religious influences behind every country. Do the Empire of Orcs and the Brut Merchant Alliance have any religious support? Han Shuo creased his brows and inquired. The Empire of Orcs believes in the Orc god. As for the Brut Merchant Alliance, the Soul Race is currently pulling the strings behind the scenes. The Tarag Canyon in the territory of the Brut Merchant Alliance has now become the holy land of the Brut Merchant Alliance. Don't you think this world is very interesting? Stratholm the old monster smiled bitterly. He could not understand the current situation. So that's how it is. Hehe, although it is a little surprising, it's not hard to accept. Han Shuo understood what those people were fighting for. The Brut Merchant Alliance could be considered a major power. The six-horned tribal king of the Soul Race naturally possessed outstanding strength. It was indeed not difficult for him to gain the trust of the merchants of the Brut Merchant Alliance. Then, what about our Bretel city? Han Shuo's eyes were glistening as he stared at Stratholm the old monster. He smiled and said, although your strength has grown by a large margin, you have yet to become a god. It is still impossible for you to obtain the power of faith. Spreading his hands, Stratholm the old monster helplessly said, naturally, I do not have the qualifications to obtain the power of faith. However, that beautiful woman you brought out from the underground world has been wantonly promoting Spider Goddess Rose in Bretel City. She has even established several shrines. At present, there are indeed many believers of Spider Goddess Rose in Bretel City and the 7 Grand Duchies. Upon hearing these words, Han Shuo's face turned cold. He coldly shouted, although she has changed her body, name, and identity, she is still Adele. I didn't expect that she would dare to cause trouble in my territory. She must be tired of living. After a short pause, Han Shuo creased his brows and looked at Stratholm the old monster. He said, others may not know of her intentions, but do you not? Why didn't you kill her? Stratholm forced a smile and shook his head. He said, although I can kill her, I still have to give you face, don't I? What do you mean? Han Shuo asked puzzledly. She considers herself to be your woman. Moreover, she is on good terms with your other women. Moreover, she is deeply trusted by His Majesty the King of Lancelot Empire. How can I make a move on her? After a short pause, Stratholm's brows were tightly knitted as he continued, moreover, this woman is not simple at all. She seems to have experts protecting her. Even I have some misgivings. She does have some ability. However, she has reached her limit, Han Shuo said with a cold smile. There were many citizens in Bretel City and the 7 Grand Duchies. The power of faith gathered would be a considerable amount. As the Lord of Bretel City, Han Shuo would absolutely not allow others to steal what belonged to him. Chapter 585. Had it not been for the Primordius dragon cutting off the interplanar passageway to Han Shuo, Adele would have been killed 5 years ago. After 5 years, Han Shuo did not expect that the unremarkable Adele would cause such a huge ruckus in Bretel City. This was rather out of Han Shuo's expectations. Through the narration of Stratholm the old monster, Jack, and the others, Han Shuo was able to quickly understand the current situation. With Han Shuo's strength expanding to such an extent, Han Shuo did not take any of the threats on Profound Continent to heart. Han Shuo unfolded his consciousness and circled around Bretel City. Han Shuo immediately sensed the shrine of Spider Goddess Rose. At the center of a palace at the summit of Mount Silk was a mysterious statue of Spider Goddess Rose. Some believers dressed in black robes were devoutly prostrating themselves in worship towards the statue of Spider Goddess Rose, selflessly offering their faith. Among them was an elegant purple-haired young lady who stood indifferently in front of the statue of Spider Goddess. Specks of demonic light sprinkled from her hand onto those worshipping believers in front of her. At this time of war, the people at the bottom of society needed an object of faith. Adele, who considered herself to be Han Shoror's woman, used extraordinary means to gain the trust of Emily, Phoebe, and the other ladies. She was also highly regarded by Lawrence. Under her propaganda, Spider Goddess Rose became the object of faith for many citizens of Brettel City. The palace on the summit of Mount Silk was currently the largest shrine in the territory of Brettel City. For the past few years, Spider Goddess Lolth had performed several miracles, causing those believers to spread the word willingly. They even took the initiative to persuade the commoners in the surroundings to become believers of Goddess Lolth. In the forbidden area behind the shrine, Adele, who had changed her identity, was sitting cross-legged at the center of a magical matrix in the shape of a spiderweb. The element of darkness around her was dense. Adele had a solemn expression and faint dark radiance was flickering on her body. All of a sudden, an intense palpitation rose in Adele's heart, as though a terrifying crisis was descending from the heavens. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed, and Adele had become a demigod through her own efforts and the spider goddess love. In Brettel City, by virtue of her special identity, she had befriended the important figures around Han Shoror and became an extremely special existence. She believed that there shouldn't be anyone in Brettel City who could threaten her. What's going on? Puzzled, Adele slowly opened her eyes and muttered to herself. She opened her eyes, and the spider silk threads around her disappeared into her body one by one. Above the empty hall, there was a huge spider web covering it. A few shadows that had been entangled in the spider web slid down and turned into 5 women with blank eyes. "Sir, what are your orders?" one of the women asked in a numb and lifeless voice. "Nothing, I just feel a little uneasy." Adele frowned and said indifferently. Every time she saw these expressionless faces, Adele felt a chill and uneasiness in her heart. However, Adele knew in her heart that she needed these helpers who seemed to have appeared out of thin air. "With us here, no one can hurt you. As long as you do what you should do, you will be fine," the woman in the lead said in a lifeless voice. "When will the goddess bestow me new power?" Although Adele was afraid, she still needed to ask clearly when it concerned her own interests. "When all the people of Brettel City acknowledge the existence of the goddess and all the power of faith belongs to the goddess, you will be able to obtain new power," the woman in the lead replied in the same lifeless voice. "You will probably never have the chance." A cold voice suddenly sounded from outside the hall. A majestic figure walked in step by step. "Brian, it's you, it's actually you." Adele cried out in surprise. Her eyes were filled with hatred as she shrieked hysterically, "You didn't die, you actually didn't die. Very good, very good. Haha." Looking at Adele's shrieking and laughing, Han Shoror's expression was cold and detached as he said, "What? Not going to continue to play tricks? Back then, I couldn't kill you, so I had to conceal my identity. Now, only death awaits you. What else do I need to conceal?" Adele glared at Han Shoror resentfully. That familiar aura reappeared on her body. She said word by word, "Everything I have done is for you to pay the price. With just you." Han Shoror looked at Adele coldly and taunted. "It's not me." Adele took a deep breath, pointed at the women beside her with hollow eyes, and said, "It's them." While Adele was speaking, the 5 women with hollow eyes and pale faces had unknowingly surrounded him. The dark energy on their bodies was slowly being released. The 5 women all cultivated in the elemental energy of darkness and possessed at least demigod strength. Han Shoror could sense a little evil divine energy from Spider Goddess Rose from the 5 of them. Nodding, Han Shoror said in a callous voice, "No wonder even the old monster Statholm is somewhat apprehensive. So it's because you have these guys by your side. Scared? Haha." Adele laughed hysterically, but her eyes were staring venomously at Han Shoror. She said, "It's good that you're not dead. I want to watch you die slowly." 5 years ago, when Han Shoror cultivated demonic arts to the carnal realm, he already possessed demigod strength. Every increase in demonic arts would increase his strength tenfold or even 100-fold. Now that Han Shoror was at the Nine Changes realm, he did not know what realm his true strength had reached. However, when surrounded by the 5 women, Han Shoror clearly did not feel the slightest sense of danger. In Han Shoror's eyes, the 5 seemingly lifeless women were like ants that could be squashed to death at any time. "I won't waste any more time with you," Han Shoror said coldly and suddenly made his move. A violent evil energy suddenly erupted from his body. The 5 expressionless women who had surrounded Han Shoror suddenly trembled. Their strength wasn't on the same level at all. There was no joy in slaughtering them. Violent, evil energy was released from Han Shoror's 2 hands. The air around him crackled as a few streaks of blood flashed across the dark hall. The 5 women who hadn't even had the chance to make a move had already become truly lifeless, ice-cold corpses. The demonic blades unsheathed and rested on Adele's smooth neck. Han Shoror looked coldly at the horrified Adele and said, "5 years ago, I could easily kill you. 5 years later, you still don't have the slightest chance. All your efforts have been exchanged for a predestined ending, death again. No, I can't accept this." Adele shrieked like a madwoman. She stared resentfully at Han Shoror and said, Why did you become so strong? Why is it that even the divine servant carefully cultivated by the spider goddess is powerless to resist?" Adele was so agitated that she didn't even care about the demonic blades resting on her neck. She couldn't help but shake her head as she yelled. Her neck was already stained with blood. Han Shoror didn't kill Adele immediately. This woman who used his name to recruit believers for the spider goddess still had an important mission that she hadn't completed. The demonic blades suddenly retracted. Han Shoror's left hand lost its sharpness and became smooth again. Grabbing Adele's hair, Han Shoror dragged the battered and exhausted Adele like a dead dog and walked straight to the front of the hall. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Adele was still yelling crazily. Han Shoror didn't pay any attention to her. He dragged this crazy woman all the way to the largest spider goddess shrine in Brettel City. At this moment, some believers of the spider goddess were still kneeling humbly, worshipping the altar in front of them. "Saintess." The voice came from the mouth of the beautiful young lady presiding over the shrine. Looking at the shrine lord who was being dragged over like a dead dog, the young lady couldn't restrain the fear in her heart and screamed, "Villain, put down the saintess." The believers who were worshipping suddenly shouted crazily when they noticed the changes in the shrine. With a wave of his hand, a bright invisible boundary blocked all of them. Paying no heed to their craziness, Han Shoror threw Adele onto the altar in the center and activated the altar with great familiarity. Hundreds and thousands of spider webs darted out like little snakes and immediately wrapped around Adele. Rays of dazzling light, accompanied by the descent of a mysterious energy, appeared on the body of Adele, who was wrapped in spider webs at the center of the altar. In the next moment, Adele's eyes brightened as she fiercely stared at Han Shoror. The look in her eyes was unfamiliar and evil. "Who are you? How dare you ruin my business?" Adele suddenly spoke in a somewhat unfamiliar voice. "I am the Lord of Brettel City. If you want to steal the power of faith that belongs to me, come here yourself." Han Shoror said indifferently as he looked at Adele with cold eyes and sensed the infusion of divine soul from who knows how many material planes away. Adele stared deeply at Han Shoror for a while. After a moment of silence, she suddenly said, "I will come here myself. It's just as well. It's time to settle the debt from back then," Han Shoror shouted. After she finished speaking, Adele's eyes slowly closed. Blood flowed out of her 7 orifices. Seeing that Adele's mission was completed, Han Shoror stretched out his hand and lightly patted her forehead, thoroughly erasing her soul. Chapter 586. A few years ago, when Han Shoror was assassinating a Grand Duke, his mind was suddenly bewitched, and his consciousness was completely taken over by lust. Han Shoror came to his senses and found a place to resist a force that forcibly changed his mind, paying a huge price. After so many years, Han Shoror, who had entered the divine realm, had long since understood that the force originated from spider goddess Rose. However, Because they were separated by many material planes, and he had used the divine energy that Adele had planted to trigger it, Rose's power had been greatly reduced. That was why she was unable to control Han Shoror. Han Shoror had always kept this score in mind. His murderous intent towards Spider Goddess Rose had long since arisen. Now that he had returned to Brettel City, he heard from the old monster Statholm that Adele had established a shrine in his territory and stole the power of faith from the people of Brettel City. It was only natural that Han Shoror would fly into a rage. With Adele as a medium and the altar at the center of the shrine, Han Shoror successfully conveyed his anger to Spider Goddess Rose. After Adele's soul was obliterated by Han Shoror, there was no longer any possibility of resurrection. Her corpse fell limply into a pool of blood, with all signs of life completely gone. Han Shoror casually let go and pointed a finger at the center of the altar where Adele was lying. A ruthless energy was suddenly released, and the altar abruptly shattered into pieces. After his avatars of death and destruction had ascended to godhood, Han Shoror was well aware of some of the methods that gods use to collect the power of faith. The shattered altar was used to gather the power of faith, and was also the key for Spider Goddess Rose to communicate with her direct believers. Now that the altar was destroyed, as long as there was no powerful believer to rebuild it, Rose would no longer be able to communicate with her direct believers. For example, Han Shoror, a low god of death, could still obtain the power of faith from the Abyss realm even though they were separated by many material planes. As for those direct believers whom Han Shoror had sprinkled with the light of faith in the Abyss, Han Shoror could even vaguely sense their consciousness. Faith was an illusory but real special substance. Through faith, Han Shoror could establish a mysterious connection with his believers. If those believers constructed an altar in the Abyss realm, they could even establish a direct connection with Han Shoror across countless material planes. Han Shoror could also exert some of his power on those believers. Back at the slave auction house in Valen City, the necromancer had used the blood altar to successfully establish a connection with the three-eyed demon god. He had used the bones and blood pool to construct the demon god's silhouette. This was the same principle. After Adele died, Han Shoror also destroyed the altar of sin. However, those believers who were blocked by his invisible boundary were still glaring at Han Shoror with hatred, as though they were ready to charge and tear Han Shoror to pieces. "I am the city lord of Brettel City. That woman was the root of a rebellion. I have killed her. From today onwards, Brettel City and the 7 Grand Duchies are not allowed to have believers who believe in Spider Goddess Rose," Han Shoror coldly said as he looked at the citizens of Brettel City. However, after Han Shoror finished his speech, he discovered that the hatred in their eyes was still there. It seemed that they had not given up their faith in Spider Goddess Rose just because he was the city lord of Brettel City. Under normal circumstances, it would be very difficult for an ordinary citizen to walk away from this kind of imperceptible influence once they handed over their faith. Although Han Shoror had a great reputation, his influence was far inferior to that of Rose, whom they had worshipped for several years. Looking at the hatred in their eyes, Han Shoror found it rather troublesome. Unless Spider Goddess Rose died, or if they themselves realized the incompetence of their believers, there was really no way for them to walk away from this kind of influence. These people were also citizens of Brettel City. Under Adele's bewitchment, these people had been tormented to a great extent. It was impossible to kill them. It seemed that he could only slowly purge the influence of those souls. From today onwards, all the temples of the Spider Goddess in the vicinity of Brettel City will be destroyed. No one is allowed to worship them, Han Shoror bluntly ordered. Every time a believer worshipped in a temple, it would deepen the believer's reliance on the god they believed in, and the influence on their souls would be even more profound. Due to the strength of an individual's willpower, as well as the length of time a believer had to worship, the degree of reliance a believer had on the god they believed in was different. For example, the fanatics of the Radiant Church were the most paranoid believers. For these people, the god they believed in was their everything. Unless the god they believed in died, no matter how hard they tried to twist their beliefs, they would never be able to change their beliefs. Such people would destroy all those who did not share their beliefs, even at the cost of their own lives. Towards such people, The only way was to kill them and eliminate all evil consequences. The believers in Brettel City, on one hand, had a short amount of time, and on the other hand, didn't have any forceful guidance. They were far from the level of paranoid fanatics. As long as Han Shuro put an end to it step by step and slowly guided them, they would one day walk away from the influence of Spider Goddess Rose. After returning from Mount Silk, Han Shuro met with Jack, Dorcas, and the others one by one to understand the situation of the people around him. When he was alone with Helentina, Helen stared at Han Shuro with fiery eyes and said softly, "It's been 5 years. You've been gone for 5 years. You're really heartless." It had been 5 years since they last met, but Helen was still as dazzling as ever. Her endless longing for Han Shuro had tormented Helen for 5 years. Now that they were alone, she finally couldn't contain her excitement and threw herself into Han Shuro's wide embrace. Holding Helen in his arms, smelling the faint fragrance of the beauty in his arms and feeling her deep affection that was as deep as the sea, Han Shuro smiled tenderly and said, "Aren't I back now?" The temperature of Helen's tender body rose unknowingly. A kind of lust seemed to be growing in the dark room. Helen's body was boiling hot in Han Shuro's arms. She hugged Han Shuro's broad back and couldn't control herself after reuniting after such a long time. She took the initiative to stand on her tiptoes and eagerly asked for Han Shuro's favor. As soon as their mouths and teeth touched, it was as though lightning was communicating with fire. The two could no longer control their lust. Amidst the fragrance, Han Shuro lifted Helen up by the waist. As she panted, he tore her fiery red magic robe apart and his big hands climbed onto her towering soft body that was as warm as jade. "Oh, I didn't expect that I would wait for 5 years. Brian, give it to me. I don't want to wait any longer." Helen hugged Han Shuro with all her strength and cried tears of joy. A series of scenes seemed to have happened just yesterday. Scenes of warm and ambiguous flirting in Helen's city, walking hand in hand with various beautiful scenic spots, appeared in Han Shuro's mind one after another. Feeling the passion of the beauty in his arms, Han Shuro's hands became more and more unbridled. Finally, he tore Helen's soft and smooth silk bra apart and took off Helen's cicada's wings that were as thin as a cicada's wings. For the next few days, under Han Shuro's orders, the shrines of the Spider Goddess in Brettel City and the 7 Grand Duchies were all cleared out. Those who were stubborn were mercilessly beheaded. The believers of the Spider Goddess Rose were ordered not to continue worshipping, not to pray, and not to privately build sacrificial altars to worship. At the same time, under Han Shuro's instructions, the destroyed shrines of the Spider Goddess were transformed into statues of the City Lord. The statues were then spread to all major cities to publicize the City Lord's glorious achievements. Drawing on the respect and worship of the citizens of Brettel City, he began to consolidate their faith through some simple rituals, making them willingly offer everything to him. It was Han Shuro's avatar of destruction that received the power of faith from the citizens of Brettel City and the 7 Grand Duchies. With the experience of his avatar of death, and having consulted Bekimos on some of the profound mysteries of the Edict of Destruction outside the Void, Han Shuro's avatar of destruction could now successfully release the domain of divinity and absorb the power of faith. "You've become a god." Over the past few days, Han Shuro's series of thunderous actions in Brettel City had brought about many changes in the city. When Statholm the old monster became aware of Han Shuro's actions, he finally sought out Han Shuro alone. His eyes shone with a strange light as soon as he saw Han Shuro, and he inquired in a deep voice. Over the past few days, Han Shuro had utterly destroyed the arrangements Adele had made over the past 5 years as though he was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Furthermore, he had begun to publicize his great achievements in Brettel City and the 7 Grand Duchies. He had used some means to display his might, causing the citizens who had long since worshipped him to willingly offer their faith to him. Although Statholm the old monster had yet to become a god, he knew that only a true god needed the power of faith. After witnessing Han Shuro's actions, Statholm came to a shocking conclusion in his heart. Han Shuro had become a god. Therefore, he urgently sought out Han Shuro, impatient to prove whether his judgment was correct or not. Looking at Statholm, who was eager to seek confirmation, Han Shuro put on a faint smile and calmly admitted, "That's right, I have become a god. Although Statholm had a premonition in his heart, he was still indescribably shocked when he heard Hans Schorr's affirmation. Statholm was silent for a long while. Soon after, he looked at Hans Schorr with some embarrassment and asked, "Can you give me some experience?" Hans Schorr laughed involuntarily and replied straightforwardly, "No problem." After a short pause, he added, "However, the most important breakthrough still depends on yourself." Hans Schorr had long had a favorable impression of Statholm. Currently, the latter was only a step away from the realm of base god. Therefore, Hans Schorr was very willing to help him. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,